Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. The New York Mets play the Philadelphia Phillies. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by the new movie No Escape, now playing in theaters. By Optima, presenting Mets games in crystal clear HD. By Geico, the #1 insurer in the New York market. By Sleepy's. Shop Sleepy's Labor Day holiday deals. Sleepy's, the only mattress professionals. And by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers on the web at MBUSA.com. Well, they know it as well in Philly as they do in New York. The Mets are steaming hot. I mean, really hot. Hot off the grill hot. Let's finish up their series in Philly, trying to wrap up a sweep. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Philadelphia. Gary Cohen, Ron Darling with you tonight as the Mets close out their road trip with the last of 4 against the Phillies. Mets have won 6 in a row, including the first 3 in this series. And it's the former Philadelphia draft pick Travis d'Arnaud who has gotten raging hot for the Mets on this trip.
You know, Gary, we have spent a lot of time, especially on this road trip, talking about Michael Conforto and his bat. And sometimes we tend to forget, because of the injuries, the talent of this young Travis d'Arnaud. When he's got it going, he just rains extra base hits. He just drives in runs. He's got as much power as anyone on this ball club. The first game hit a home run of 464 feet. And when he's hitting extra base hits, you know that he is red hot.
Took him a couple of weeks off. The disabled is coming back from the elbow injury to get it going, but he's really got it going now. Speaking of got it going, John Neese gave up 7 runs and got a win his last time out, but the last 3.5 months, Neese has been as good as he's been his entire career.
He really has, and if you go all the way back to July 1st, he's 5-1. The Mets are 6-3 in 9 starts since then. Neese, a little blip, but he was pitching in Colorado. He's been great in using both sides of the plate. That's why he's been so effective.
And he's dominated the Phillies last couple of years, much as Aaron Harang has pitched very well against the Mets.
Well, 5 of his last 6 starts, he's given up 1 run or less against the Mets. He's owned the National League East this year. He hasn't pitched well against anyone else, but he's always had good luck against the Mets.
And coming off a good start against the Marlins his last time out. Mets finish up their series in Philadelphia, looking for a sweep of the Phils. Mets and Phillies, all the action coming your way on SNY. New York Mets. And by Verizon, but don't miss a moment of Mets baseball on the largest, most reliable 4G LTE network, only from Verizon. You can place a deposit on your 2016 full or partial ticket plan today and guarantee yourself access to Mets 2015 postseason tickets. Purchase tickets online at Mets.com/deposits. Tonight's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light, and you've heard it often, but the Mets have the easiest remaining schedule of all the contenders in the National League, and there you see it graphically, the lowest winning percentage for their opponents of any team that is trying to get to the postseason. Mets will try and take advantage of that one more time in Philly tonight. Mets and Phillies, first pitch is coming right up.
What's interesting about that graphic is the highest is barely open.
Baseball for free on DraftKings.com with the official daily fantasy partner of the New York Mets. Enter promo code NYM for free entry. Philadelphia fanatic trying to get signals from the ball, I believe.
I think he's trying to put some warm mojo on the ball for Aaron Harang.
Like an archaeological find. Here's your Geico Mets starting lineup tonight. David Wright back in the lineup after sitting last night. Not off for Wilmer Flores. Kelly Johnson will play second base. Ruben Tejada always plays shortstop when John Neese is on the mound with his ground ball tendencies. And that's the unit the Mets will send out there against Aaron Harang.
Well, Gary mentioned it before. You look at his numbers, they don't look very good, the Toyota numbers. But he pitches well against the National League East. He pitches well against the Mets. But if you look at his body of work, almost a third of his starts this season, he's given up 5 runs or more in those starts. And the defense presented to you by Coors Light. Odubel Herrera, who started the game last night with an error on the first ball. Blanco, Galvis, Hernandez, and Darren Ruff gets a start. Ryan Howard on the bench, and Chooch, Carlos Ruiz behind the plate.
Mets have scored 64 runs in their last 6 games. 1 run shy of their best ever 6-game stretch. They had a 6-game stretch in 1990 when they scored 65 runs, but 64 is pretty good. But here's the overriding theme, and Keith and I talked about this when we got to Colorado. That series at Coors Field started a stretch of 13 straight games the Mets would play against last place teams. Well, they've played 6 of those games so far, and they won them all.
Well, don't forget, though, this is a team that played almost even in July when they had one of the toughest treks any team could have, playing a lot of first-place teams.
Curtis Granderson will lead things off. Granderson 1 for 8 in this series, but he's scored a run in each of his last 7 games. First pitch by Harang is inside, and we're underway. Granderson at .254 for the year. He's now in the top 10 in the National League in runs scored for the first time in a long time. A piece of this Mets offensive run that they're on, and Harang behind him 2-0. Granderson, Cespedes, and Murphy to try and get the Mets started. Mets have made a habit on this trip of scoring in the first inning. And Granderson takes a strike, 2-1. Mets have scored a first inning run in 7 of their last 9 games. That's a good way to succeed, right?
Well, it's huge for the pitchers because you go out there with a lead, especially when you're on the road.
Granderson lofts one out to right. Francoeur cutting in toward the line, and that's the first out of the night.
I mean, how many times earlier in the season did you see a Mets pitcher going 7 scoreless and it's 0-0 after 7?
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Cespedes, who's 5 for 15 in this series. 23 games as a Met, hitting .311 with 7 homers and 21 driven in. So he has had an enormous impact on this Mets offense. In fact, you go back to when Cespedes arrived right after the trading deadline. Before that day, the Mets were 3 games over 500. And for the season, they were averaging 3.5 runs per game. Since Cespedes arrived, they're 17-6, 6.3 runs per game.
23 games, he's batting .311, 6 doubles, a triple, 7 home runs, 21 RBI.
Daniel Murphy on deck, hitting third tonight. And Cespedes swings through that one, and it's 1-2. Cutter there from Harang?
Yeah, he looks like he's added that to his repertoire. I think one thing he's going to have to do if he wants to be effective tonight, he's going to have to pitch in. Nobody has tried on this Phillies staff, starting staff, to pitch inside to these Mets hitters. The veteran might change that up.
2-2 from Harang, and Cespedes gets under 1 to left, and Aaron Altair drifting toward the line. Puts it away for the second out. So 2 batters, 2 fly balls against Harang, and that's his MO. He's a fly ball pitcher.
Which is unusual because coming here to Philadelphia, probably not the kind of place he would want to come to. But, you know, when you're at his point in his career, you just take a job.
Well, last year he did very well in Atlanta, which is a pitcher's park. 12-12, 3.57. His ERA more than a run per game higher this year, pitching for the Phillies. Now it's Murphy, who's really been red hot. And Murph swings at the changeup and misses. Murph 4 for 14 in this series, 2 doubles, a homer, 4 RBIs. And he's got great lifetime numbers against Harang. 9 for 26. That's a .346 average, including a home run. 2 out and nobody on. These are 2 pitchers tonight who have had their opposition's number. In the last 6 starts Harang has made against the Mets, he has a 1.42 ERA. And Nice has been even better of late against the Phillies. Murphy pops it up. And the second baseman Hernandez takes charge. And Harang, with 3 balls hit in the air, has himself a 1-2-3 inning. John Nice takes the mound when we come back. Look with the left-hander on the mound. Only one left-hand hitter in the lineup. That's Odubel Herrera. So first start of the series for Francoeur and for Altair and for Ruff against John Neese, who has owned the Phillies really throughout his career.
He really has. His ERA 2.77 in 21 games all starts. You saw his Jeep numbers.
Hernandez trying to bunt his way on and fouls it off for strike one.
John 60 and 60 for his career.
And his recent numbers against the Phillies even better. 10 straight quality starts against the Phillies. Last pitcher to do that, Greg Maddux, 23 years ago. Taken outside, a ball and a strike.
That's impressive. Anytime you mention with Greg.
Neese comes off the victory in Colorado where he gave up 7 runs, and he gets the curveball over for a strike. But you know, that was that game the Mets had a 14-3 lead. And Neese wound up being the beneficiary of that. Gave up 7 runs in 5 1/3. Ran went on Hernandez, didn't get the call. 2-2. Andres Blanco moved up to second in the order tonight. Odubel Herrera behind him. And he wraps that cutter around the plate and gets the call for strike 3. Nice backdoor cutter by Neese for the first out.
I mean, think of the pitches, the sequence of pitches. Curveball first strike, fastball in that could have been called a strike, and then counters with that fastball right on the corner. Defensively for John this evening, presented by Lexus. Conforto, Cespedes, Granderson in order of age. Wright, Murphy on the corners, Tejada and Johnson, the DP combo, and Travis behind the plate.
Seeing whether they could keep the trend on the infield. Wright has to charge on Blanco's slow grounder, and he makes the play for the second out. So David Wright, who was out for extensive defensive drills yesterday, gets his first chance of the night.
It's really nice to see David Wright on top of that. Quickness, uses his glove. Blanco slipped a little coming out of the box, so the play made a little easier.
The only thing David's got to get out of that habit of, which you know is something he had cured over the last couple of years, is that tap of the glove before he throws the ball.
It's funny that an original habit can come back so quickly, right, when you haven't played. Watch the tap. What you want to do is once you catch it, the ball should be released now, not the tap there, because anyone with any speed is going to beat it out.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now the left-hand hitter Herrera, the only left-hand hitter in the lineup. Neese has been strangely vulnerable to some left-hand hitters recently, albeit quality hitters. He's given up a home run to a left-hand batter in each of his last 3 starts. Now how strange is that? Well, before this stretch of the last 3 games, he had given up 1 home run to a lefty in his previous 30 starts. Well, the lefties in question, Carlos Gonzalez, Gregory Polanco, and Charlie Blackmon. The last one at altitude.
Even though he's giving up home runs to lefties, Gary, part of the reason is that he's using both sides of the plate. He used to be a guy that just threw all cutters. There's Frenchie, Francoeur on deck. Cutters working away, harder for left-handers to hit out. Doesn't use it as much.
And Herrera holds up on the curveball, 2-1. Check the count. It's 3-1 to Herrera. And he walked him. Fastball to miss somewhere. Alfonso Marquez calling the balls and strikes tonight. Tom Howing, the crew chief at first. The youngest of the crew, Dan Bellino, at second. Bruce Streckman at third.
It's interesting how umpires can kind of have a theme. This umpiring crew, really good, but they don't give you the low pitch. They'll give you a little off the corners, but they don't call the low strike.
So here's Jeff Francoeur getting his first start of the series. Frenchie 1 for 3 in the series coming off the bench. He's been in a good groove since the All-Star break. Francoeur's last 25 games hitting .343 with 6 home runs. And he bounces the changeup foul 0-2. It would make sense that Neese would throw his first changeups against Francoeur, who's just up there looking to swing the bat. Aaron Altair, the rookie left fielder, is on deck. Herrera 14 steals this year. Francoeur takes up and away 1-2. Francoeur now 31 years old, Says he loves it here in Philly. He'd love to stay. It's with his 7th major league team and having his best year really in the last 4 years, really since 2011 when he was in Kansas City.
Well, the people at our hotel said that when Jeff first came to the Phillies, he lived at the hotel for a month. They missed him when he left. He said he was the greatest guy ever.
And he works the count full. It's generally impossible to walk Francoeur. He has drawn 10 walks this year, 254 official at bats. Herrera will be on the move, 3-2 and 2 out. And Francoeur bounces one to right, one long hop, and David on target to retire the side. Hitless first for John Neese. No score after 1. First at bat of the night. David 2 for 9 in the 2 games since returning from the disabled list, and he hits the first pitch foul. That'll make it out of play, 0-1.
David's got great numbers against Aaron Harang, one of the few Mets who does.
13 for 30. That's a .433 average with a home run. Harang now 37 years old, pitching for his 8th different team, including a short stint with the Mets 2 years ago. And David finds the hole, and he's got himself a base hit. First hit of the night for either side. And David's 3rd hit in 10 at bats since coming back from the disabled list.
Well, first 3 outs that Harang got in the first inning, he got inside on Mets hitters. This one, he didn't get the ball inside enough. Not allowed Wright to hit it in the hole. Sharply hit, though. Nice swing. Sure this guy missed 132 days?
Looked fine with the bat from the very first at bat when he hit one in the upper tank in left field. Here's Kelly Johnson getting the start at second base tonight. Kelly's bat has come alive the last few games. I guess you could say that about just about everybody up and down the lineup. It's been such a plethora of offense that the Mets have displayed over the last week. Johnson the last 4 games, 5 for 13. His 22nd game as a Met.
Well, just like inadequate hitting can become very contagious, so can good hitting.
How does that work exactly?
Well, I think with inadequate hitting, everyone's trying to do too much. When everyone's hitting, it's like you want to be part of the club.
It's almost like you relax more.
You relax more. You know that if you don't put too much pressure on yourself, because if you don't get it done, guy behind you is going to get it done.
The part that's hard to fathom is the home run spike. You know, it's one thing to say, okay, teams, you know, hitting some line drives, putting balls in play. But the Mets have hit 40 home runs in August, which matches the most they've ever hit in a calendar month. They hit 40 home runs in June of '06, and they've matched that already with this and what, 4 more games to go in August after tonight.
I think they've been more aggressive, Gary. And then when they do get their pitch, they're trying to punish it, not just put it in play. Maybe watching Cespedes and others that have come over.
Well, it's an interesting point that you make, because there's really been a change in the look of the offense, not just in terms of the personnel, but you know, the Mets are an organization with a very defined hitting philosophy, and a lot of it involves patience and working counts. And you know, Cespedes and Uribe in particular are just the opposite of that. Inside to Johnson, 3-2. So it's a difficult chicken and egg discussion, right?
Well, I think honestly, to me, it's a less of a discussion now, because the pitching has spiked, and when pitching spikes, that means they're throwing a lot of strikes. And if you don't start swinging the bat, that means every time you go up to the plate, you're getting 2 strikes, not 3 to swing at. You got to be ready right off the bat.
Wright is running. The pitch is outside for ball 4, and the Mets have 2 men on. So Terry Collins putting Wright in motion, 3-2, nobody out against Harang, who's not a big-time strikeout pitcher.
Well, it tells you how much confidence he has in Kelly Johnson, who knows the strike zone and will make sure if he swings if the ball is a strike.
So the Mets have the first 2 men on in the second, and now a red-hot Travis d'Arnaud. In this series, 5 for 7, 2 doubles, a homer, 4 RBIs. He got hot in Colorado. He stayed hot here in Philadelphia against the team that initially drafted him, and has a chance to do some damage in the first inning. Wright at second, Johnson at first, nobody out. And d'Arnaud takes a slider off the plate for ball 1.
Find it a little interesting, not earth-shattering interesting, but 3-2, put a runner in motion. It's right they put in motion. You know, it's like we're going to treat him like he's 100%.
You know, I asked Terry before David had played a game in this series whether there were any caveats. In other words, were they telling him don't dive for balls, don't slide head first, watch how you run? He said no, absolutely not. The wraps are completely off. He is supposed to do what every other player does, and what he has done his entire career.
You know, that's smart, because if you're trying to protect, sometimes that can injure yourself also. You just gotta, he only knows one way to play. That's the way you have to.
Not that it doesn't take a whole lot more preparation now for him to be able to do that. 1-1 to d'Arnaud with Conforto on deck. And Travis takes inside, 2-1.
Well, I think it's going to be really important, not only this year, but maybe moving down the road, where David plays 5 days a week. If your bench is strong enough, he's going to be given a day here and there. Keep him healthy.
Two-1 from Harang, and d'Arnaud takes a strike. 2-2. Well, I think it's important to remember with David Wright that he didn't come back from an injury. He returned with a condition, which is not going away. And that condition is something he's going to have to manage the rest of his career and really the rest of his life.
What condition is your condition in?
Kenny Rogers. 2-2 coming. It's laced foul. Well, that's what the Mets have done since the arrival of Johnson and Uribe on July 25th. 339 with runners in scoring position. They were struggling to keep that number over 200 before that. Turned the page. d'Arnaud takes it low on a full count.
Mets again doing a nice job of extending at bats, not swinging at balls out of the strike zone.
Had a little trouble with that the other night against Eichhoff when he ran off his 16 in a row. But other than that, 3-2 and nobody out. And Darno pops it up. Blanco into foul ground. And that's the first out of the inning. So Darno's retired, one away. And now Michael Conforto. Conforto 3 for 8 in this series. A couple of doubles and an RBI. This is his 21st start. 70 big league at bats, and you see the numbers there. Very impressive. Including, and you know, part of this has to do with the fact that everybody around him is hitting, including 20 runs scored through his first 70 at bats. I mean, think of it this way. Daniel Murphy has more than 5 times as many at bats as Conforto and less than double the number of runs scored.
Yeah.
And again, part of that is hitting in a lineup at a time when everybody else around you is hitting, but it's a little stunning. Murph's got 39 runs scored for the season. Off speed pitch is high, and it's 1-1 to Conforto. Ruben Tejada, the on deck batter. Down to first. Ruff will have to take it to the bag. Thought about second, but gets the sure out. And now they're 2 away. And now we'll see how the Phillies choose to handle Tejada with 2 in scoring position and first base open.
Well, with veteran pitchers, first let's look at the ground ball by Conforto. I think Ruff made the right choice. That was the longest throw. Wasn't sure. Make sure you get an out. A lot of times with veteran pitchers, you'll let them try to tease the hitter, the 8th place hitter. I personally, the way the Mets are hitting right now, I'd put him on and then go against the pitcher. You know, he's got great control, Aaron Harang.
Well, they're not going to walk him intentionally, at least not from the start.
And if you're a hitter here, you can sit on a breaking ball first pitch.
And Tejada's got great numbers against Harang. He's 8 for 19 against him.
Another reason to walk him.
And he takes just off the plate for ball 1. You see the career numbers for Ruben. Ruben started Monday night, the game the Mets hit their franchise record 8 home runs. He was the only guy who didn't get a taste of it. He was 0 for 5 in that game. Had been swinging the bat well up until that point. And he takes a strike on the outside, 1-1.
I'm sure at some point he heard it from the rest of his teammates. Hey, Ruben, you and the pitcher, no home runs in this game.
That's right. The 1 through 7 hitters all homered. Remember, he swung at 3-0 in that game.
That's right.
He popped up.
Yunel Escobar swung 3-0 last night also in the 8th inning.
Didn't work out so well.
No.
You know, right now, for the Nationals, it really doesn't matter what they do, it seems.
Yeah. Terry Collins, every button he pushes is working right now, and it's almost the opposite for Matt Williams.
Well, Harang 4 straight pitches on or off the outside corner. Falls behind Tejada 3-1. So it's almost like the classic unintentional intentional walk. Trying to get Tejada to go out of the strike zone. See what he does here on 3-1 with Nice on deck. Not close enough. 3-2.
I just don't like when a guy has hit you well and there's a base open. I know Jonathan Nice is a capable hitting pitcher, but still, you will hate yourself if you give up a base hit here to Tejada.
Right at third, Johnson at second, and 2 out.
I mean, everything's been away. Does he take one chance of painting them inside? Even Ruiz doesn't know what he wants to do. I mean, the play is to throw a breaking ball in the dirt, and you hope that Tejada offers at it. That's the play. But you could roll the dice and try to surprise him inside because everything's been away. But then if you get a jam shot and he breaks his bat and drops it in, again, you hate yourself.
It sounds like there's a lot of self-loathing going on.
Oh, there really is, big time.
Now the 3-2. And he did come inside. And Ruben fouls it off.
Good job by Ruben to foul that pitch off. Imagine everything away, one ball in, and he's able to hit it pretty hard. Foul.
Again, the 3-2. And he misses high, ball 4, and now the bases are loaded. So after all that, Tejada does walk the second of the inning for Harang, and the bases are loaded for Nice.
Add all those pitches to your pitch count. It's a lot of different things that happen there.
Well, Nice has 8 hits and 4 runs batted in this year, and a chance to do some damage here in the second inning. Right at third, Johnson at second, Tejada at first, and 2 down. And Nice fouls off the first pitch. Pitchers this year have been formidable at taking advantage of RBI situations, and with Nice in this spot, the added dimension is he has a very good knowledge of the strike zone and draws more walks than your average pitcher. Hard-working inning for Aaron Harang. He's already thrown 27 pitches in this second inning. And Nice fouls one back. Fastball from Harang, 1-2.
Second time in 2 days, right, that the Mets pitcher has come up with the bases loaded.
Well, last night Colon almost got one between Blanco and the third baseline. The curveball lined to center, but right there is Herrera to grab it. Side retired. Well, Harang hung a curve. Nice hit it hard, but Harang finds his way out of the inning as the Mets leave him loaded. Still no score. Mets take on the Red Sox at 7:10. All fans in attendance will receive a Mets NY logo T-shirt courtesy of Pepsi. For tickets, visit Mets.com/free shirt Fridays. Well, at Citi Field we have Keith's Grill. The answer here is the Schmitter in honor of Hall of Famer Mike Schmidt. What do we got on there?
What do we have? And what is that sauce?
Is that a little Russian or a little secret sauce?
Mike Schmidt. Trying to.
Very nice. Mass production. Chopped foul by Aaron Altair. And it's 0-2.
You know what they have in common, the Schmitter and Keith's Grill? Never see Mike Schmidt or Keith at either one of them.
By the way, they call it the Schmitter with 2 T's. That's not how you spell Mike Schmidt's name. It's DT.
DT.
Makes me wonder.
What a hitter he was. Boy.
548 home runs. Maybe the best third baseman ever to play the game. Altair takes one the other way and dumps it inside the right field line. It hits the jutting stands, and Altair will get 2 bases out of this. So the rookie left fielder has his 5th big league hit, and all 5 have been for extra bases. 3 doubles, 2 home runs.
Well, jammed on this pitch from Jonathan and just fights it off to the right side. And we mentioned when he played, I believe, in the first game, he's just a tremendous athlete, great speed.
So the Phillies have their first hit of the night. And now Darren Ruff. Ruff getting his first start of the series and his 40th of the year, and he pulls one foul. Ruff is a guy who is big and strong, and they hoped that he would come to the big leagues and be a full-time player who hit a lot of home runs. It just hasn't worked out that way. Parts of 4 seasons now with the Phillies. Fewer than 650 at bats. 25 home runs.
Well, he's one of those guys that always hit in the minor leagues and never has been able to make the transition. Ryan Howard was like that, but then when he brought him up, he made the transition.
Right. And Ruff is now 29. So you feel as though his opportunity may have passed.
Although the Mets are giving him a little better chance tonight, Jonathan waited until he was watching before he threw the ball.
Unlike Hansel Robles the other night. So at least that'll keep Larry Bowie in the dugout. 0-2 to Ruff. And he goes after the curveball and is out on strikes. Second strikeout for Nice. First out of the inning.
You know, when you're trying to explain why Jonathan is having success, this is why. He is throwing that breaking ball for strikes early in the count, and when he gets ahead, he's bouncing the curveball. It's something that we hoped we had seen earlier in his career, but you know what? Left-handers sometimes take a little longer, and he's at the top of his game right now.
So 1 out. Altair still at second, and now Carlos Ruiz 1 for 3 in this series. He and Cameron Rupp have been splitting time, and Nice runs the cutter inside for ball 1. Ruiz has great numbers against Nice. 11 for 32. That's a .344 average with a home run.
And he's hitting .364 against left-handed pitching. So, you know, 188 against right-handed pitching. There's Freddie Galvis. So this is a real strength for Chooch. Played in. He's got over 1,000 games caught now for these Philadelphia Phillies.
Now 36 years old. He and Ryan Howard, the last remnants of their championship team. Right has to charge. Altair holds, and right throws out Ruiz for the second out. The road ahead presented by Buick. Let's go home to play the Red Sox tomorrow night. 3 over the weekend with Boston, then 3 with the Phillies at Citi Field, and then another 3-city road trip to Miami, Washington, and Atlanta. So Terry Collins presented with the same choice that Pete Mackanin had a moment ago. First base open, number 8 hitter up, Freddie Galvis with Aaron Harang on deck.
And Aaron Harang can't hit at all.
But the Mets, like the Phillies, are not going to issue the intentional walk.
Which is unusual for Terry Collins. I think his time here, he's usually walked the 8th place hitter to face the pitcher. Second, Galvis is hitting so much higher from the right side.
I think, though, now that Terry has more offense at his disposal,
there you go. Okay.
He's more willing to take that risk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you think you're going to be in a one-run game where you might only score a couple of runs, you might be more inclined to take the safe route and walk Galvis here.
Well, it's sad because Nice and Galvis are looking in the stands. A ball hit someone on the fly, and only reason I'm kind of bringing it up is because the Phillies have mentioned that they're going to put asked Major League Baseball to put a screen all the way down over the dugouts to protect the fans.
Where that ball went was inches from where the screen ends.
That's right.
Went just past the screen and into the 6th row of the stands.
It's just awful, you know, when you're a ball player. I mean, it makes you sick to your stomach. You get a little nauseous when you see that happen. You see Jonathan holding his head. Just as a player, you can see it happening. It's almost like in slow motion because you're so used to the speed of the game. It's awful.
Well, the woman who was hit is walking off under her own power, and she's getting a nice hand from the crowd. Looks like she's going to be okay. 1-2 to Galvis. And Darno out for a conversation.
I'm slowly changing my mind, Gary. You know, I always was, you know, people are here to watch the game. They want to see it without a netting in front. Well, people behind the screen, they watch with the netting. Those are important seats. I think I've changed my mind.
Well, I think the nature of watching games has changed too.
Yeah.
People don't pay as much attention as they used to, and I think that's part of the issue. And that's, you know, it's not to blame the victim. It's just the reality of the world today. People are eating, they're on their phones, they're having conversations. They're not necessarily paying rapt 100% attention to what's going on the field. Two and two to Galvis, and it just misses outside. Tried that backdoor cutter. By the way, Galvis's left foot is now officially out of the box. He's been moving that foot further and further out every at bat.
Let's see if we got a little 3-2 curveball here with the base open from Jonathan.
Completely out now. Grounded right at Tejada. Plenty of time, and throws out Galvis to end the inning. So Nice works around a leadoff double in the 2nd inning. No score in Philadelphia. Off against Aaron Harang. Let's check in with Steve Gelb. Steve?
Gary, we saw Freddie Galvis ground out to Ruben Tejada in that last inning, and that's something that's been happening between the two of them for over a decade. They actually played Little League against each other 3 straight years. Panama versus Venezuela, as the two attempted to get to the Little League World Series. Now, at the time, Ruben Tejada was actually primarily a pitcher, and he says he remembers Freddie Galvis pretty well, a guy with really quick hands, a tough out. But Galvis, he really remembers Ruben Tejada. Tejada made a big impression on him. Said every time they played Panama, Tejada was the guy that everyone talked about, saying, oh, we got to face this guy again. Said he threw much harder than any kid his age. And he was so impressed by Tejada that he actually, from afar, followed his career path. And when Tejada signed with the Mets in 2006, the first call that Galvis made was to his father, to Galvis's father, who was the head coach of Venezuela Little League team. And he said, you know, remember Ruben Tejada? That's it, of course. He goes, yeah, he just signed with the Mets. Then a few years later, 2010, Tejada plays with the Mets. Who does Galvis receive a call from? But his father saying, you see, Ruben Tejada's up with the Mets. Galvis was still stuck in Double-A at the time. And now the two, they share the same age and have become pretty good friends in the last few years, always reminiscing about who got the better of whom.
That's pretty cool.
That's great.
Steve's report brought to you tonight by Prism. Granderson pops one up, and it's Galvis looking up at the high sky and putting it away for the first out.
Well, a lot of the players have been interested before the games. Occasionally the Phillies have been putting up the Little League World Series. Venezuela played the other day. There's a lot of Venezuelan players on the Phillies team, and they were not even really watching batting practice. They were watching the TV. Nice display of the flags and banners here for the Phillies.
Cespedes gives Galvis another chance. The overhand throw on target for the second out. Interesting, they have those flags over there, but it's the 2 red flags in dead center field that the Phillies keep separated. They only have 2 World Series championships in their history, 1980, 2008, and those flags fly free.
2008 they beat what, Tampa Bay in 5 games?
That was the rain delayed last game. Remember that? They suspended it, and that led to a change of rules as far as postseason games are concerned. They now all have to be played to completion. So no playing in torrential rainstorms as they did in that case.
Yeah, it makes sense. Of course.
Murphy popped up his first time up. While the Mets and Phillies are scoreless here, the Nationals and Padres likewise are scoreless. They go to the 3rd now in D.C., final game of that series. Mets 6.5 games clear of the Nats, their largest lead of the season.
What'd you say, Andrew Kashner for the Padres, Joe Ross for the Nats?
Both Ross brothers pitching in that series, and Tyson said of Joe the same thing Joe said of Tyson. I hope he shuts him out and we beat the bullpen. Murphy bounces one down to first, and Ruff makes the play, and Harang's got himself a 1-2-3 third, and Murphy never left the batter's box. Still scoreless in Philly. Tug McGraw got the final out, striking out Willie Wilson of the Royals, and made history at Veterans Stadium. Dallas Green managed those Phillies. Pete Rose was such a catalyst on that team, but the big stars were Steve Carlton and Mike Schmidt.
Jeez, what a team that was.
Schmidt 48 home runs that year.
Willie Wilson, with that strikeout against McGraw, set a World Series record of 12 strikeouts in that series.
Harang bloops one into shallow center. Coming on hard is Cespedes to slide, and he did not make the catch. The second base umpire Dan Bellino saying he trapped it, and Harang has a rare hit. Seventh hit of the season for Harang. His career high is 8. And he did that 9 years ago.
You know, that might be one of those cases where Cespedes, great try by the way, good call by second base umpire, but that might be one of those times where he's not used to playing with a pitcher up, playing a little deep for Harang. You know, he's a big guy, but he doesn't really, not a great hitter, although he got a hit.
It's a good point that you make. Cespedes having played his whole career in the American League where pitchers don't bat. Cesar Hernandez took a call third strike his first time up. So the second straight inning the Phillies have gotten a leadoff hit. Murphy will play behind Harang at first. Andres Blanco on deck. And Hernandez gets that cutter in on his hands, and it's 1-2.
Good late break on that cutter from Nice.
Steve Carlton that year with the Phillies 24-9, 2.34. And Hernandez is rejected. It's just not a good at bat as Nice carved him up his third strikeout.
What a pitcher he was.
Larry Boa was
with a smile.
Well, just for the plaque.
Oh, that was my favorite. He was the hitting coach with the A's when I was there. Greg the Bull Luzinski, and Schmitty, one of the greatest ever.
They still have Bull's Barbecue here at Citizens Bank Park?
I know. He kind of 4-game series. You think we would have gotten some barbecue here.
You know, Bull used to take care of us.
But, you know, you can't really yell at the Bull. He kind of twist your face off. So if he wants to bring it, he can bring it.
We could give him some good pub, though.
Yeah, yes.
Actually, we just did. So we blew it.
Just a great, great human being.
Bull's Barbecue's out in right field. Still there.
I was wrong about Willie. Willie doesn't hold the record. It was beaten by Ryan Howard, who struck out 13 times in the 09 World Series.
Really?
Yeah.
Against the Yankees.
Yeah.
1-2 to Blanco. Grounded out his first time up. Rest of that pitching staff in 1980. Dick Ruthven won 17
right-hander.
games. Bob Walk.
Okay, then when he went on to Pittsburgh and Atlanta.
Randy Lurch was on that staff.
Lefty. Tall lefty, skinny.
And then Nino Espinosa.
And then Bystrom made those 5 starts in September when he went 5-0.
And Larry Christensen made 14 starts for the Phillies that year.
Larry Christensen, who was in his career for the Phillies, hit 11 home runs.
1-2 coming. And he misses outside. 2-2 to Blanco with a double Herrera on deck. Batting glove trouble there for Blanco. Got his fingers stuck somehow. And Nice misses with the changeup, and now a full count. And he's a little frustrated with himself. That's already his 4th 3-ball count through the first 11 batters. Not really his MO. And he walks Blanco. So there's the second walk given up by Nice, and now the Phillies have 2 men on.
Well, this is something that Mets pitchers have been doing better than just about any team I've ever seen, is not letting walks hurt them.
Met pitchers have issued the second fewest walks of any staff in the National League this year. And they have a better than 3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. Harang now at second, Blanco at first, and now Herrera, who walked his first time up. Herrera in his rookie season has handled lefties pretty well. He's hitting .267 against lefties, playing every day. Playing a new position this year in center field after he was an infielder in the Texas organization. He's had some adventurous routes in this series. He's had a drop fly ball, but they like the progress that he's made out there, and he can hit. Certainly has shown that, especially the second half of the year. And now Nice is behind him 2-0.
Well, you see Jonathan looking to the skies. Darno coming out to tell him to be a little more aggressive. He's trying to be too fine on those corners. Be a little more aggressive early in the count.
Now Nice on 2-0. Fires outside. And now it's 3-0 to Herrera with Jeff Francoeur on deck. So Nice buying himself some trouble here in the third. Give up the blue pit to the pitcher. A walk to Blanco, and now 3-0 to Herrera. And he missed badly for ball 4. So Nice as off as you'll ever see during that turning back. Not really coming close.
Well, he does the same thing that he's done his entire career. When he's under the gun and things are not going his way, he starts to rush his motion. He starts to rush his pitching. He loses his tempo. And when he loses his tempo, the ball never goes where he wants it to go. He needs to just calm down. That's why Wharton's out there. Relax him a little bit and tell him, hey, take your time, execute your pitches. You're a ground ball away from getting out of this inning.
So Nice faces an early crisis in this game. No score, bottom of the third. Bases loaded, 1 out, and Jeff Francoeur coming up.
Now, he's walked 2, but Francoeur is swinging if he's going to throw a strike.
Francoeur grounded out to David Wright his first time up. And he lines one the other way for a base hit. Harang is in to score. Blanco right behind him. It's a 2-run single for Jeff Francoeur, and the Phillies jump in front 2-0.
First pitch swinging. If he gets a fastball, Francoeur is going to be all over it. A little late, so drops it into right field. And the runner from second knows it's going to drop in. He easily scores first 2 runs here for the Philadelphia Phillies. Francoeur now in his last 28 games at Citizens Bank Park has 24 RBI.
He's been tremendous the second half of the year. And Herrera went to third on the base hit, so he's there with 1 out. And a chance for Aaron Altair to get him in. Altair dropped a double along the right field line his first time up. Herrera at third, Francoeur at first, and 1 out. And Altair takes the curveball in the dirt, knocked down by Darno. 1-1. So trouble finding Nice in this inning. Back-to-back walks to Blanco and Herrera, and he's paid for that. And might have to pay further. Darren Ruff on deck. And Altair bounces one slowly. Tough to turn 2. They get 1. Johnson's turn, though, is too late, and a run comes home. Altair just too fast, and the ball not hit hard enough. That brings in Herrera with the 3rd run of the inning, and it's 3-0 Phillies.
Really, there's nothing you can do here. David Wright does a great job of getting rid of it quick. Watch Johnson. That's as good a turn as you're going to see. But no chance with the athletic Altair. He is tall and fast.
So 3 runs home in the inning. Altair at first and 2 out. And now Ruff, who struck out his first time up. Fly ball, right center field, hit well back toward the stands. That ball is out of here. Darren Ruff with a 2-run homer, his 6th of the year. And the Phillies have put up a 5-run inning against John Nice in the 3rd. 5-0 Philadelphia.
This is the power that you were talking about, Gary. That pitch is supposed to be in. It's center cut. And this is what the Phillies expect from this strong right-handed hitter. It just made a different sound we could hear up here in the booth. But no chance that was staying in.
Now Carlos Ruiz, the 8th man up in the inning, so the back-to-back walks by Nice wind up crushing him here in the 3rd to the tune of 5 runs. He walked Blanco, he walked Herrera, and 4 or 5 pitches later, 5 runs.
We've gotten 3 home runs from the first base position in this series.
On the outside corner, Ruiz has struck out, but a damaging inning for John Nice as the Phillies pound out 5 and lead 5-0. David Wright will lead off for the Mets as we go to the 4th inning. Mets have already come from 5 runs down to win a game in this series. Now they'll have to try and do it again. Do they have another 8 home runs in them? That's how they did it on Monday night. David had a base hit his first time up, the only hit the Mets have garnered in 3 innings against Darren Harang, who goes back to his status as a guy the Mets have trouble hitting. Ball and a strike. This is the same Aaron Harang who earlier this year lost 8 straight starts. Not 8 straight decisions. 8 straight starts.
Wow.
Now he went on the disabled list in July with plantar fasciitis. Came back and has been pitching pretty well since. But
8 straight, 1-11 at some point. Whew.
6.44 over his last 14 starts. And David has his 2nd hit of the night. So Wright's been the only guy to break through against Harang tonight. He's 2 for 2.
He officially owns him. I mean, 452. Now that's going to go up. Every fastball up, he jumps all over. Just hitters, when they have the numbers against a pitcher, it's just they feel totally comfortable. You can tell when David's up there against Harang.
So the Mets have the leadoff man on in the 4th as they try to fight back. Now Kelly Johnson, who walked his first time up. And Harang scores one over. Travis d'Arnaud on deck. And Johnson flies one out to left, shallow, and in comes Altair to get it. That's the first out.
Well, it's good positioning by Altair. He was playing very shallow against Johnson. He doesn't have a lot of pop to left field. Most of his pops to the pull side.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now Travis d'Arnaud fouled out to the third baseman his first time up. Yangervis Solarte a sacrifice fly, and the Padres lead the Nats 1-0 in the fourth. Michael Conforto waits on deck.
What's interesting about watching d'Arnaud, it really reveals how quick his bat is and how strong he is. Because watch the unusual motion. He has the head of the bat facing the pitcher, so it's fully wrapped.
Fly ball deep right field. Frank Core back near the wall. It's out of here. Travis d'Arnaud goes the other way. A 2-run homer, his second of the series, and his 9th of the year. And the Mets start fighting their way back. It's now 5-2 Philadelphia.
What did Terry Collins say before the game? That this team, whenever it gets down, it just knows that offensively it can chip away and come back. But what I was trying to explain is that he wraps that bat, and that's one of the reasons he has such great power, is that it's almost like a full half circle it makes before he gets to the ball. Very unusual to be able to have that strong of hands to do that.
There's Conforto, who takes inside. Well, Travis d'Arnaud, who struggled his first few weeks after coming back from the disabled list, is in full power mode now, and has 6 extra base hits in the last 4 games for Travis. And Conforto drives one to deep right center, headed back toward the wall, and it's off the fence. Bouncing away from Herrera, Conforto takes a turn and then decides to hold on with a double. So the Mets all of a sudden doing some slugging against Aaron Herrera.
I mean, this is what this kid does, man. He just hits some serious line drives. Ball hits off the fence awkwardly. Herrera gets to it quick, though. And Conforto, who is running with his head up, watch him. He's running controlled, head up, had a thought of going to third, but then thought, hey, down 3 runs, cannot get thrown out at third base. I'll break it down here at second. Murphy likes it.
72 at bats in the big leagues. He's got 8 doubles and 3 home runs. His slugging percentage over 500. He and d'Arnaud, the only 2 full season Mets who are over a 500 slugging percentage. Bob McClure out for a conversation before Orang pitches to Tejada, who walked his first time up. So 3 hits in the inning, 2 runs are in. Mets trying to claw their way back against Orang. The home run by d'Arnaud helps the Mets set a new club record, their 41st home run in August, the most they've hit in any calendar month in 54 years. That's it deep to center field. Herrera going back. He'll have room here and makes the catch, and Conforto will hold at second. Well, Tejada hitting one about as far as he can hit one straight away for the second out. Now John Neese, who lined out to center field with the bases loaded to end the second. Conforto at second and 2 out.
Boy, he shook him off 4 times to get to the curveball. Curveball to a pitcher, first pitch.
Well, he hung a curve to Neese first time up, and Neese hit it hard.
Shoots wins, though, and gets the fastball, but for a ball.
Ball and a strike to Neese. Sunday and an all-new Mets Insider. A pennant race underway from all the highs and lows to the wild week leading up to the trade deadline. Take a look back at the Mets season that's earned them a spot in the playoff chase on Mets Insider, presented by W.B. Mason, Sunday at 4:30 only on SNY. One and one to Neese. And John takes it low. 2 balls and a strike. Curtis Granderson would be next. Rang is a guy who generally works fairly quickly. He has been at a snail's pace tonight.
It really has been. Rubbing up that baseball like he's trying to rub Rob Manfred's name off it.
No, victories have been elusive for Harang this year. That's hit sharply, but right at Galvis. And the overhand throw gets Neese to end the inning. But the Mets get 2 of them back on one swing by Travis d'Arnaud. The red-hot d'Arnaud goes the other way with the breaking ball, hits his 9th home run of the year. And it's 5-2 Philadelphia in the 4th. Hall of Fame pitcher, won the most games for a last place team in a single season. We might have already talked about him tonight.
Already talked about him. I already know the number. I know what season it was.
Do you know how many games they won that year?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Freddie Galvis leading off in the home 4th inning. So you're saying it was It was an easy A.
For someone who's made their living playing in this game, it's an historic season for anyone that pitches.
1972.
There you go.
The team won 59. The pitcher won 27. Imagine that. Imagine how bad they were every other day.
Well, a lot of people that watched that season said when he took the mound, they were a first-place team. It was a total difference in the way the team played.
And East behind his first hitter in the fourth inning, 3-1. Walks got John into trouble the last inning, and it melted down in a hurry. And now Galvis takes ball 4, and it's a leadoff walk, and John's starting to slump his shoulders, and David Wright's going to come into the mound to talk to him.
This is one of those games that if you're pitching, you've got to realize that your team is going to come back. You just got to put up some zeros. And if you're Terry Collins, and tonight you should have Logan Verrett available, you might have to think of pulling the ripcord if Jonathan can't get it going.
I think the long man would likely be Sean Gilmart, because they may need Verrett late in the game.
You're right.
Gilmart, remember, did that great long job on Monday. Verrett started Sunday.
So 2 days rest to go out there and maybe only give an inning and a third or so.
And if it is a close game late, the Mets probably don't have Tyler Clippard, who's had to do a lot of heavy lifting the last 2 nights. East looks at second and gets the out there. The relay by Tejada for the double play. A good judgment by John Neese as Harang bunted it hard back at him, and once they got the out at second, the rest was easy.
Well, that was just beautiful. You could hear Travis d'Arnaud saying 2-2-2, and Jonathan pounced on it, threw a strike. Tejada eluded the slide and made a strong throw on Harang, who doesn't run very well.
You know, last night in the first inning, Bartolo Colon started a double play that really set his night going in the right direction. Maybe starting a double play can do the same for Neese. 1-6-4 on that double play, and now Hernandez takes a strike.
You can see why Tejada had a good arm as a kid.
A feared pitcher, we've heard. Hernandez has struck out twice tonight and takes wide 1-1.
I used to love that sound when Gary Carter would yell 2-2-2 because it made you feel as though you had a chance to turn 2 with the pitcher bunting. Nice job by Travis. Taking charge.
Hernandez with an ugly cut at that curveball. It's 2-2.
And for you folks out there are probably saying, well, why wouldn't you say second base? If you can't hear second base, if you hear someone say second, it doesn't register. But 2-2-2-2 makes sense.
Line up the middle, a base hit for Hernandez, who snaps an 0-for-14 stretch with a 2-out hit. Well, you always use one syllable rather than 3.
That's right. Hanging breaking ball. Good hitting by Hernandez. Jonathan has some interesting mannerisms, doesn't he?
Here's Blanco, who's grounded out and walked tonight, 0-for-1. All of these Phillies switch hitters are better right-hand hitters than left. Blanco started the night hitting .393 as a right-hand batter.
I'm assuming because they're right-handed throwers that it's their natural side.
But for most switch hitters, they get so many more at-bats left-handed, they tend to become better hitters from that side of the plate.
I think, well, it's hard to say with him because he was such a great player, but Carlos Beltran, I think, has become a better left-handed hitter than a right-handed hitter.
And there have been switch hitters who've lost their skills from the right side. I think particularly of Lance Berkman, who, as his career went along, just became less and less of an effective threat as a right-hand batter. Up with Blanco, 2-1.
I was saying on the baseball field, 2-2-2 or 3 or 1. In football they do the same thing. If there's a fumble, it's ball. You never hear fumble or balls on the ground. It's ball. And then if it's an interception, each team has different words. But the one we used to use was Oski. It sounds ridiculous, right? But it's such a strange word that it would be yelled out, Oski, 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 which means that you didn't intercept the ball, so now you go from defense to offense and block some people. Oski? Oski, it's a strange, it should be something a little more manly.
Runner goes and it's fouled back. I'm just wondering what the derivation is.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Some guy named Oscar who picked off a lot of passes?
Maybe. I'm going to have to find that out.
Now, was this in college?
This is in college, yeah. It's in college.
So we're going to have to look back in Eli's history.
Yes.
Runner goes and Blanco flies one out to left. Conforto is there waiting. And that retires the side. So Neese able to turn a double play on the bunt. Blanco got a curveball to hit. Didn't get it. After 4, 5-2 Phillies. Philadelphia in all its glory. Top of the batting order, Curtis Granderson leads off against Aaron Harang. Well, it's taken us 4 days to accumulate them, but here are some facts and figures on the city of brotherly love. First capital of the United States, first medical college, first zoo, bank, U.S. Mint. That's a lot of firsts.
Wow.
Liberty Bell over a ton with a crack.
And Pat's extremely good. I'm a Jim's guy on South Street.
Now, wait a second. It said down there that Pat's invented the cheesesteak.
Yes.
Does Geno's agree that Pat's invented the cheesesteak, or did they say they invented the cheesesteak?
I think Geno says it, Pat says it, Jim says it, John says it. They all say it.
Granderson's flied out and popped up tonight 0 for 2, and Harang misses inside 2-2. I mean, you have to understand, if you're not from Philadelphia and you haven't been here, the two competitors, Pat's and Geno's, that's lined into center field, and Granderson's got a base hit. They're across the street from each other at 9th and Paseo.
Okay.
And people are fiercely loyal to one or the other. There's Geno's, and Pat's is right across the street.
Geno's is more Vegas than Pat's.
Definitely glitzier.
Yeah.
Now they used to work together, Pat and Geno, and then had a little falling out.
Fallout in the restaurant business, shocking.
Here's Cespedes with Granderson at first and nobody out. Cespedes 0 for 2 tonight. Slider off the plate from Harang. With the feeling tonight, watching Harang, he's just kind of hanging from his fingernails.
Kind of hope that he gets through 5. That's really what he's looking at.
Cespedes in his 2 stops this year, 34 doubles, which puts him in the top 5 in the majors this year. Brought to you by DraftKings.
A lot of doubles in Cleveland, huh?
Michael Brantley is the best player people don't talk about. He is just a tremendous player.
He, I think 2 guys in Arizona, Pollock and Peralta. Not a lot of people know about those 2. But you're right, Brantley is just fantastic.
Michael's dad, Mickey, was briefly a Mets hitting coach.
Oh, he was.
Cespedes launches one deep center field. Back goes Herrera. Back near the wall. That ball is out of here. Yoenis Cespedes, number 26, a 2-run shot, and the Mets pull within a run. Cespedes crashes his 8th home run as a Met. And after trailing 5-0, a pair of 2-run homers get the Mets back to 5-4.
You were kidding when you said the Mets came back with 8 home runs when they were down 5 runs, weren't you? This ball is knee high, and it shows you the kind of power he has deep into the bullpen of the Philadelphia Phillies.
He's not messing around.
Oh, he is just a man. I mean, that ball's down. Yeah, it's middle, but that ball is not supposed to be hit 430 feet away for a home run, and he knew it right away.
Murphy skips away, and it's 1-1. Well, 3rd time through the batting order, Granderson and Cespedes, who have been held in check tonight by Harang. Base hit Granderson, 2-run homer Cespedes, and the Mets are right there, trailing 5-4. Murph as well is 0 for 2 and gets his 3rd crack at Harang. Harang, for a guy who's pitching in a hitter's ballpark, had done a pretty good job this year keeping the ball in the yard. But tonight he's given up his 17th and 18th home runs of the season.
Sometimes there's players, in what they do, you'll be sitting on the bench where you'll look at each other and go, wow. You just see things from Cespedes that you just don't see from a normal player.
3-1 coming to Murphy, and he yanks one foul. Probably swung at ball 4. Well, Cespedes has provided such an impetus to this Mets offense.
Pushes, comes in, pushes Uribe. Get out of my way. I need some room.
Cologne plays mediator. Everything's okay. David Wright waiting on deck. And there's ball 4 to Murphy, and now the tying run is on base. 3rd walk given up by Harang. And now David Wright will come up with a man on. David's already 2 for 2 tonight. Well, the Phillies have had to go to their bullpen early and often in this series, and it's never worked out.
Yeah.
They've never gotten to their closer, Ken Giles, who's by far their most effective reliever. And really everybody else in that pen has struggled. Harang up to 82 pitches with nobody out in the 5th. David is single to left, single to center. He scored a run. And Ronnie emphasized early just how successful David has been hitting against Aaron Harang. Now 15 for 32. Well, games played, that's been an issue for David. So many games he's missed over the last 5 years. And most of this season, and trying to make up for it in the last 5 weeks. And a check swing right near the bag. Hernandez steps and fires for the double play. 4-4-3 double play on the check swing by Wright.
That was a really good play by Hernandez. That was tough in the sense that it wasn't hit on the nose. He had to kind of wait for it. He had to make the play and then judge whether he could get Murphy at second base. Very nice play.
So just like that, Harang has 2 out and nobody on. And now Kelly Johnson, who's walked and flied out tonight, 0 for 1. Mets 4 runs and 6 hits. The Phillies 5 runs and 5 hits. And Johnson launches one deep right center. Back for a look, Frank Core. And it's out of here! Kelly Johnson ties the game! Johnson's 12th home run of the year, the Mets' 3rd home run of the night, and the Mets have come from 5 runs down to tie it, 5 apiece. Johnson's 3rd home run as a Met, and they may not hit 8 tonight, but they got the long ball mojo going again.
Well, in August, the Mets' best impersonation of the 27 Yankees. I mean, it's ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it.
D'Arnaud, who hit the first Mets home run of the night, pops one up. Hernandez calling all the way, and that retires the side, but not before Cespedes and Johnson both go deep. Cespedes, a 2-run shot, his 26th of the year. Kelly Johnson hits his 12th. And the Mets making it look routine, coming from 5 down to tie. Halfway through, it's a 5-5 game. Mets spotted the Phillies 5. They've gotten the 5 back. Now we'll see if John Neese can keep it even as he faces 3, 4, and 5 in the Phillies batting order. Herrera, Francoeur, and Altair in the home 5th. He's walked Odubel Herrera twice, and he scored his last time. There's a strike at the knees with a changeup, and it's 1-1. Well, there have been many a night, especially the first 2/3 of this season, who admit pitchers have struggled with lack of support. Hit out to left, chasing Conforto back, and he gets there to make the catch. But all of a sudden, if you're a Mets pitcher, you got a little leeway.
You still don't want to give up 5 in 4 innings, but you have to stick to it because you know if you can put up a couple zeros. I'll tell you right now, John puts up 2 zeros here, gets through 6. He's going to get a win.
Well, he gave up 7 and got a win in Colorado his last time out.
Now, I wouldn't advise that for the rest of the season.
Francoeur takes a curveball off the plate. Frenchie lined one to right field with the bases loaded to drive home 2 in that Philly 5-run third. Philly's got 5 runs in a span of 5 pitches. After Nice walked a couple, Frenchie got a base hit. A fielder's choice brought in another, and then Ruff hit a 2-run homer. And now Nice behind Francoeur 3-0. What did we say? 10 walks for Frenchie this year? He might be swinging here. Altair on deck. And Francoeur takes inside, and he draws the rare walk. The 5th walk given up by Nice tonight. Drive around the majors presented by Nissan. Madison Bumgarner, 12 strikeouts. Allowed just 2 hits in 6 innings. Giants beat the Cubs 9-1. Joe Ross pitching well, but down 1-0 against the Padres tonight. That game's in the bottom of the 5th, and Pirates off to another good start against Miami. Pedro Alvarez with a home run. Here's Altair, who's doubled and driven in a run with a fielder's choice, and he takes a strike. Bumgarner struck out 12 in 6 innings today. Giordano Ventura for the Royals, 11 strikeouts in 6 innings.
Well, that was a big start because he has not pitched well for that ball club. He was supposed to be their ace this year.
We had suspension early in the year, too.
Yeah.
Beat the Orioles today. The Orioles dropping like a rock. I know they won last night by hitting 5 home runs, but with so many teams in that American League wild card race, you just can't afford a losing streak.
And their fine center fielder, Adam Jones, ran into the wall and had to leave the game. They hope it's not a concussion.
They're playing patty cake with that second wild card spot. Minnesota began the day in that spot. Ground ball right at the bag. Tejada with the step and fire. And Murph hangs on for the double play that retires the side. Mets turn their second double play in the last 2 innings. That gets Nice through 5 in a 5-5 game. That's been lighting up the scoreboard of late. They were down 5-0, tied 5-5 as we start the 6th, and Michael Conforto takes outside for ball 1. Conforto banged one off the fence in right center for a double his last time up. fouls went away. 1-1. Tejada on deck, and then Nice for the Mets, lower third of the order against Aaron Harang, trying to get himself through 6. When you're 5-14 and they give you a 5-0 lead, you got to feel just dreadful about giving it back. I mean, I'm thinking of Shelby Miller with the Braves, who now has an 18-game winless streak, which is incredible because, you know, his overall peripheral numbers are great. But last night had a lead, 7th inning, gave it up.
Yeah, couldn't put the hammer down.
So, you know, wins and losses are not a perfect stat, but there are times when you're supposed to get a win. And last night was one of those times, and this was one of those times for Harang.
I forget what year it was, but one year I had a ton of no decisions, and a lot of them were my fault. You know, I had a lead early, gave it up, then pitched well after that. It was just such a frustrating season. Just like it's got to be frustrating for Harang, but what you have to do is you have to trick yourself and say, hey, okay, we're tied. Let's just set a 5-5 at 0-0. Can't give up any more.
3-2 to Conforto leading off in the 6th. Harang has walked 3 tonight. He has not struck out a batter, which is not unusual for him. There's Tejada on deck. And Conforto hits one in the air to center field. This one's playable for Herrera. And uses 2 hands for the first out. Well, the Red Sox are coming to town tomorrow night for the first of 3 or city probables. Matt Harvey against the rookie left-hander Henry Owens tomorrow night. Jacob deGrom Saturday against the former Cardinal Joe Kelly. And Noah Syndergaard Sunday against the former Diamondback Wade Miley. And for more on the Red Sox, let's check in with Steve Gelb. Steve?
Gary, it's been a lost season for the Red Sox, but the Mets can't underestimate them. They are really a team that can hit. The last 13 games, they're 8-5. They've scored 94 runs in that time, have a team batting average of .331 during that stretch. But you can take it all the way back to May 19th. They have the highest average in the majors since that time. It's just been the pitching that's been the problem. And speaking of offense, one guy, you guys talked about him a little bit. One of the more intriguing stories for the Red Sox is this rookie first baseman, Travis Shaw, who's hitting .312 in 30 games with the Sox this year. The crazy thing about him, though, are the home and road splits. And it's something that, you know, it's a small sample size, but the numbers are stark. .448 at home with 6 home runs. .068 on the road with just 1 home run, although he did hit it last night against the White Sox. Going to be interesting to see how much he plays. David Ortiz will get 2 games at first base, but we could see Travis Shaw at third. He has played there this year as well.
And he's played a little bit of outfield as well. And in recent days, the Red Sox have been working out Hanley Ramirez at first base.
I can't make you feel too great about your future with the Sox, right? Hanley making all that money. He's like you know, he can play wherever he wants to play.
Well, the Red Sox are not convinced at all about Shaw because he did not have minor league numbers that projected him as a full-time player in the majors. So I think they are looking at a small sample size and not very convinced. They're the Red Sox buried in last place, still technically in that wild card race, right? 7.5 out, although there are 10 teams in front of them.
Can you imagine, though, a team that's going to finish last maybe 3 out of 4 years, and the other year they win a championship?
Funny how that works. Galvis throws out Tejada for the second out. Well, what's been interesting about watching the Red Sox recently is how some players who looked like they might be busts are slowly coming around. You know, they signed Rusney Castillo, and all of a sudden he has become a 300-plus hitter.
Like 7 years, $75 million, right?
Jackie Bradley, who's a great defender, couldn't hit at all, and now all of a sudden he's producing offensively. So they look like they could have the makings of a good young outfield as Nice takes one the other way for a base hit. I mean, Mookie Betts looks like he's going to be a fixture in center. If you have Castillo on one corner, Bradley on the other, that's pretty good outfield.
Bogarts is 6th in hitting in the American League. You know, after his, I mean, last year was supposed to be his coming out party. He struggled. Boy, he's having a good year this year. Nice hitting by John. He didn't know where that ball was, but it went between second and third for a hit.
See, he wanted that base hit when he had the bases loaded back in the second inning. But he has the Mets' 8th hit of the night, and now Granderson is 1 for 3. But Steve mentioned the Red Sox pitching. It's been awful. They're last in the American League in ERA, and this was what people said going into spring training, was that they'd have offense, but they have a bunch of 3rd and 4th starters.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it's been even worse than that. Clay Buchholz is hurt. Rick Porcello had been hurt, came back from the DL, pitched really well last night. Granderson lifts one along the line. A long run for Altair. And he slides but can't make the catch. It's a foul ball. Now, Altair ran a country mile to get a chance at that ball and got there, just couldn't squeeze it on the slide.
It's almost like he kind of overran it, because see how it was behind him by the time he got there? Usually see a guy fielding that a little differently than that. Maybe just a little inexperience, but great speed.
Like a soccer fullback making a run down the wing. I say that because his dad was a professional soccer player in Germany. 1-1 to Granderson with Neese at first and 2 out. And Curtis takes it high. Orang over 100 pitches now, and the Phillies have the bullpen working. Lifted foul, 2-2. Of course, the big news in Boston, the change at the top. Ben Cherington out, Dave Dombrowski in, and that signals a real change in culture in that organization, which was so statistically oriented. Dombrowski not that same guy. Granderson to left center field. That's down for a base hit. Neese takes a turn. He's going to try for third. The throw by Herrera is a little offline, and Neese arrives safely. Aggressive 2-out base running by Neese, and fortunately for him, Herrera didn't make a good throw.
Well, John, who's a heck of a soccer player in high school, does have good speed. I would not have tried to go to third base on this play, but he does. And I think he surprised Herrera, and he did not make a good throw. He didn't really decide until right here. And I don't want to say he went into 5th gear. He went into about 2.5 gears.
He didn't pull a Charlie Blackmon. Because that's exactly the move Blackmon made at second base when he challenged Conforto, and he got thrown up by 20 feet. So the Mets have the tie-breaking run at third with 2 out, and a chance for Yoenis Cespedes to do some more damage. Cespedes hit a home run into the Phillies bullpen, a 2-run shot in the 5th. His 26th of the year, his 8th as a Met, and Harang, as we said earlier, hanging by his fingernails.
What's he got, 5 on this trip, Cespedes?
Crazy, huh?
3 home run game.
3 home run game in Colorado. He's already got 3 in this series, so that's 6. Taking all the way. Ball 1. That's interesting, right?
Well,
RBI situation.
It was interesting to see the pitcher there trying to show him something inside. Wants to get him out of the way.
Bounces the slider foul. Ball and strike. That's now with 5 runs and 9 hits. The Phillies 5 runs, 5 hits. Up to 105 pitches on the night, and Cespedes fouls it back on a pitch up and in.
That's the pitch that teams with starting pitching that can throw the ball hard have been going after Cespedes. We saw a little in Miami and some other teams. Harang, though, doesn't have a lot on his fastball.
He has not struck out a batter tonight. 2-2 now to Cespedes. Harang's high pitch count this year was 112. He did that back in May. And 107 now. Runs one inside to Cespedes, full count. So that'll get Granderson on the move now.
I've said it before, Cespedes is one of the best breaking ball hitters I've seen. Probably going to get one here, 3-2.
Ruff will continue to hold Granderson as he'll take off. And Cespedes hooks one to shortstop. Galvis has to go to first with it. On target to get Cespedes, and that retires the side. So Harang works around a couple of hits in the 6th and keeps the game tied in Philadelphia. And Escobar has come out of the game after being hit in the hand again.
He's been their MVP this year. Wow. After Harper.
Second MVP. David Wright picks off the line drive by Darren Ruff. And there's the first out in the home 6th.
Well, this ball gets on you quick. We saw one earlier in the week that caught David in the thumb. This one he gets in the webbing.
It's catching up.
Getting up to speed.
So 1 out and nobody on for Nice in the 6th, and now Carlos Ruiz is 0 for 2, and he takes a curveball for a strike. That's bullpen is quiet. He's about to throw his 95th pitch of the night, and it hits Ruiz, and he'll go to first base. John Nice up in the top 10 in the league in hitting batters this year. That's his 9th, and it gives the Phillies a 1-out base run.
Well, it just catches Ruiz on the foot. Five walks and a hit by pitch, right?
Well, it only cost him in 1 inning. Logan Verrett's going to start to loosen. This will be his first action since his start on Sunday. Galvis shoots one foul, 0-1. Galvis is grounded out and walked 0 for 1 tonight. Well, it is August 27th. Where were the Mets in '86? Well, 20 games up. '88, 6.5 games up, just like this year.
Wow. Nice.
And 2006, 14.5 games up.
We must have finished strong in '88 because we won 104 games that year.
Tapped slowly, charging Johnson. The backhand flip, and Tejada has no play at first. Smart play by Ruiz to stop and avoid getting tagged, and that cost the Mets the double play.
Johnson tried to toss it quickly, but there's no play.
Now we'll get a pinch hitter. Darnell Sweeney will bat for Aaron Harang. Harang able to fight through that last inning after giving up a 5-run lead. So if the Phillies can get him a run here, he'd actually have a chance to be a winning pitcher. Sweeney got the start last night at second base, went 1 for 4 and a walk. Came over from the Dodgers in the Chase Utley deal, and he takes a strike. Jonmar Gomez up in the Phillies bullpen. Gomez had a better night last night after a dreadful night on Tuesday. And Sweeney with a late swing fouls one into the seats. 0-2.
I know it's a 4-game series, but is it just me? We seem to see the same Phillies pitchers night in and night out.
Well, they've used everybody in that bullpen except for their best guy.
Yeah.
Ken Giles has yet to make an appearance in the series because the Phillies have never had the lead late. And that's, you know, that's a balancing act for any manager, but particularly for a team that doesn't win a lot. How much do you use your closer when you don't have a lead?
And it also tells you they don't have a lot in AAA as far as relievers, because when you have used your pitchers this much, you start to move back and forth guys from AAA to the big leagues.
Well, they've got 3 rookies in their starting rotation. One-two to Sweeney, and he gets him with the off-speed pitch. The toss to first by Darno. 5th strikeout of the night for Nice, and so he's completed 6. Nice, after his tough 3rd inning, doing a nice job to keep it tied. Cincinnati. Fan of the game, and the photo comes tonight from Joey making best use of the 42 in the rotunda.
Nice.
Follow the Mets wherever you are with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at Bat for your smartphone or tablet. Jonmar Gomez will make his 3rd appearance in this series for the Phillies. John Nice may or may not be done after 6 innings tonight. There's Gomez.
Gomez pitched a 1-2-3 7th inning in last night's ball game.
Daniel Murphy leads off the 7th for New York. Gomez had a very rough outing on Tuesday night. Came in the 6th inning, walked a couple of batters, including d'Arnaud, to force in a run, gave up a 2-run hit to Kadire that put the Mets in front to stay in what ultimately was a 6-5 Mets win. Murphy grounds one through the hole, a base hit. So Murph has his first hit of the night, and the Mets have the leadoff man on in the 7th. 4th time in 7 innings the Mets have gotten the leadoff man on.
Murph just has great balance when he hits. I mean, never off balance.
So now David Wright is 2 for 3 tonight. Last time up with Murphy at first base, he checked his swing and he dunked one right at the second base bag where Hernandez was able to start a double play. He goes after the slider from Gomez, 0-1. Kelly Johnson, who tied the game with a 5th inning home run, waiting on deck. Dave is 0 for 4 in his career against Gomez. His first look at him in this series. And that gets away from Ruiz, and Murphy moves to second with the go-ahead run. A wild pitch from Gomez, and the Mets have the go-ahead run in scoring position with nobody out.
Well, Ruiz is one of the best, and he did everything he could. It hit the heel of his glove, and that's why it darted to the left.
Did you watch on, I guess it was Sunday, the David Hale Wild Pitch Festival?
Yes, I did.
With Dustin Garneau behind the plate for Colorado. 3 wild pitches in 1 inning, 4 in a 2-inning span.
I spent the inning looking at the back of the jersey of the catcher.
1 and 1 to right. I've never seen anything like that. I mean, combination of Hale throwing every breaking ball in the dirt and Garneau, who was just a neophyte behind the plate. Not a good combination. Murphy is short lead at second with Hernandez keeping an eye on him. And Wright rolls one to the right side. That'll be a productive out. Hernandez throws out Wright, but Murphy moves to third, and the Mets are a fly ball away from taking the lead.
Boy, everyone in the dugout flying off their seats to greet the captain because of that successful situational hitting. Love to see that. Team baseball. What a concept.
So now the Phillies have to bring the infield in. Murphy at third and 1 out, and Kelly Johnson at the plate. Johnson tied the game with a home run into the seats in right center in the 5th, his 12th of the year. And now looking to pick Murphy up from third and get the Mets their first lead of the night. And Johnson shoots one foul.
Get him over, get him in. You start hearing that when you're about 9 years old.
I think for about a 15-year span, get him over, get him in was replaced by hit it over the fence.
Oh, yeah. I was the participant. I was the person serving up those home runs.
Old foul, and Tom Goodwin low-bridged. Pulled a Tommy Lasorda.
They will be all over him, the bench.
Just happy he's breathing. Quick work, Tom.
You know, it's just, the thing is we just don't move like we used to. So
I think Goody could still steal a bag.
Yeah.
Here's the 0-2 to Johnson, and it's on the inside corner, and Gomez gets a king-sized out as he strikes out Kelly Johnson for the second out.
Oh, that was just outstanding pitching. Started him out with a slider, fastball down, and then came inside with the ball that starts right at his hip and broke over the inside corner. Perfect pitch.
So 2 out. That's the first strikeout for Phillies pitching tonight, and it came in a huge spot. So it's left to Travis d'Arnaud to try and get the run in from third. Travis 1 for 3, a 2-run homer in the fourth, his 9th of the year. And he takes a strike.
When your offense is clicking, you get that 2-out hit after a strikeout.
Logan Verrett getting ready in the Mets bullpen. Slider by Gomez to get him ahead 0-2. Gomez pitched for the Indians and the Pirates. He has had his struggles lately with the Phillies, but he had a clean inning last night. Now trying to work around a leadoff hit here in the 7th, and Carlos Ruiz out for a conversation.
Well, this is the situation where if you're Murph on third base, you want to get a good lead. Andres Blanco's playing very deep. Get off that bag 4 or 5 steps, because if Gomez decides to bottom out that slider like he did earlier in the inning, you might be able to steal a run.
And I wonder whether that conversation right there from Chooch is as much as anything, hey, if you throw it in the dirt, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I got it.
You don't want to hang that slider if you're Gomez. d'Arnaud would love if he did. Comes up and in with a fastball, 1-2. Michael Conforto would be next.
Up and in, low and away. Been done since, when did you say, 1870 something? Let's see if Gomez goes to it.
One-two to d'Arnaud, and he misses with it. 2-2. Travis d'Arnaud in this series 6 for 10, 2 doubles, 2 homers, 6 RBIs.
He had a big hit earlier in this series, being pitched away, and he hit a ball down the right field line.
Murphy at third, 2 out, and d'Arnaud gets a piece of that. Fastball running in on him. Harang went 6, allowed 5 runs, 9 hits, 3 walks, no strikeouts, 3 home runs. And now Gomez trying to keep it tied in the 7th. Two-two to d'Arnaud. And he ignores. Full count.
What an at-bat. Tough pitches to take there.
Remember, Gomez walked d'Arnaud with the bases loaded in the game Tuesday night to tie the game. Three-two coming, and he walks him again, and so it'll be in the hands of Conforto. Now the Mets have dominated the Phillies this year, winning 11 of 12 and winning the last 8. See, Dyer's had those huge numbers, Murphy as well. Mets have outscored the Phillies almost 2-1, 74-38. Bob McClure is going out to the mound, the Philly pitching coach. Talked to Jean-Marc Gomez.
Within this series, Bob McClure has had to go to the baseball thesaurus to come up with new phrases and words to use to his pitchers. He's been out there so often.
I'm worried about his mileage. I think it might be getting a little high.
Hey. Well, just giving the scouting report again on Conforto. I don't know if there is a scouting report on him so far. The last time he was up, he made an out on a breaking ball from Harang that was down.
Well, Conforto faced Gomez on Tuesday and drew a 4-pitch walk. We'll face him here with 1st and 3rd and 2 out in a 5-5 game in the 7th. Jason Worth is homered for the Nationals. They now lead San Diego 3-1 in the 6th. Murphy at 3rd, Darno at 1st and 2 out. Conforto tonight 1 for 3, doubled off the wall in right center back in the 4th. And Conforto takes off the plate for ball 1. Ruben Tejada would be next. Mets 5 runs, 10 hits. The Phillies 5 runs, 5 hits. The Mets were down 5-0. But 3 home runs got them back even. Now they need Conforto to get them the lead. Yeah, Michael takes a strike on the inside edge, 1-1.
Interesting that he doesn't make any facial expressions. You know, if the ball is a strike or it's a ball, he has the same reaction. That plays over. Let's get to the next pitch.
Conforto 4 for 11 in this series with 3 doubles, and he grounds that one foul. 1-2. Conforto grew up in the Pacific Northwest, but his family has ties to this area because his dad played football at Penn State. For linebacker U, he was a linebacker.
Wow, that's impressive.
I think he was on the same team as Matt Millen.
There was some knocking of heads in that double sessions.
Some linebacking right there. Now Gomez ahead 1-2. And Conforto goes down on strikes to end the inning. So Gomez gets himself into and out of trouble to keep the game tied. He strikes out Conforto with a slider. Stretch time, tied at 5. the hard iced tea that tastes like real iced tea. Robert Carpenter nicknamed the Phillies the Blue Jays for 2 years during World War II. Don't ask us why. You see the Blue Jay on the Phillies logo in 44 and 45.
Carpenter's owned the Phillies franchise for a long time. I remember Ruly Carpenter was their owner in the late 70s, early 80s, and he was a Yalie and would let the Yale team come down and work out at the Clearview facility.
Logan Verrett, who started brilliantly for the Mets in Colorado Sunday, makes his first appearance since, to face the top of the Philly batting order, and Cesar Hernandez takes ball 1.
8 innings, 5 hits, 1 run. Unbelievable effort.
Struck out 8, and in a series that was dominated by offense, Verrett restored some order. Hernandez pops it up, right retreating, and snatches it 1 away. Tomorrow night, the Mets return home to start a 6-game homestand, the first of 3 with the Red Sox. Our coverage begins tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. Matt Harvey on the mound, and if you're coming, please take mass transit. Big crowd expected.
Fridays, I always take the 7 train.
Here's Andres Blanco, who's 0 for 2 and a walk. Well, Verrett's role on this team going forward is going to be very interesting to watch. The Mets used him as a spot starter.
Yes.
They've seen him in low leverage situations. But Terry Collins really only has 2 relievers he trusts right now in Jerry's Familia and Tyler Clippard. He needs a 3rd guy, and Verrett could be that guy. That's popped up. This time it's Tejada calling. Oh. And he has to make the basket catch to stay with it for the 2nd out. Almost not a laughing matter.
David said he's called me off to make this catch.
Well, whatever works. It worked for Willie Mays.
It did. No, but you're making the point about Logan Verrett, and I think it's a really appropriate one because he's one of the few guys who's a crossover guy right-handed. He gets left-handers out as well as right-handers.
But the other piece with Verrett is now Steven Matz is going to make one more rehab start. That'll be on the 31st, which is Monday for Binghamton.
Yeah.
And then he'll join the Mets after that. And presumably the Mets will go with a 6-man rotation from that point forward. But they're also going to want to skip Syndergaard at some point.
Yeah.
So does Verrett go back into that role if that's needed? Or does he stay in the bullpen if he's successful there?
Well,
where is he more valuable, I guess?
I think that's the issue, is that can he elevate himself to the point where he's 7, Clippard's 8, Familia's 9? It'd be interesting to watch.
I mean, the Mets are obviously in good position right now. They've got a 6.5-game lead. They've got the easiest schedule in the National League going forward. But they've got a lot of things to figure out as far as these innings limits with their pitchers, combined with the need to shore up their bullpen, which has faltered a bit other than the top 2 guys over the last few weeks. That's bullpen for so long was able to piece it together, despite the fact that they didn't have some of the parts that they expected to, whether it was a Josh Edgin or a Jerry Blevins or a Henry Mejia.
I mean, they really got through the first 3 months of the season without a left-handed reliever get a left-hander out.
Other than the first 2 weeks when Blevins was himself. But you had Eric Goodell come up and give you 6 good weeks. He should be back in September. That might help, coming back from elbow problems. And maybe Verrett is part of that mix as well. And he strikes out Herrera to end the inning. A 9-pitch 1-2-3/7 for Logan Verrett. Starting, relieving, doesn't matter. Verrett getting the job done. 5-5 as we go to the 8th. less glitzy Pat Steaks just across the street at 9th and Passyunk. So now you've seen Geno's, you've seen Pat's. Let you decide for yourself. Tonight's Verizon trivia question, we ask which Hall of Fame pitcher won the most games for a last place team, and it's Steve Carlton. That incredible 1972 season.
He had 30 complete games that year. 30.
Well, who did he trust to finish it off for? Ruben Tejada leads off the 8th against Jean-Marc Gomez, who got into and out of trouble in the 7th. Michael Cuddyer is out on deck to pinch hit. And then Curtis Granderson for the Mets in the 8th. Tejada tonight 0 for 2 and a walk, 0 for 7 in this series. And Ruben hits one sharply. Galvis, his old buddy, with the jump throw to first on one hop, and he got it. From Little League days on, Ruben has experienced that.
Well, he had a couple errors in last night's game, but for the most part in this series, he has been outstanding, and that was his best.
The first Philly opening day shortstop not named Jimmy Rollins since 2000. You know who the last before Rollins was?
Kevin Stockton?
Desi Relaford.
Okay.
Who later was a Met. So here's Cuddyer, who has owned the Phillies. He has had a great series, and he has great career numbers against Gomez. In the series, he's 7 for 10 with 5 extra base hits. Against Gomez, he's 5 for 10 with 5 RBIs.
So his streak is on the line as a pinch hitter.
He's hit 21 straight games against the Phillies. And he hooks this in the air to left center. Altair back in the gap will get there. And that's the second out. So Cuddyer is retired, 2 away. And that leaves it to Granderson, who's 2 for 4 tonight, singled twice and scored a run. Granderson faced Gomez last night, hit the ball hard and lined out to left field. Gomez trying to get through 2 scoreless innings in relief. And he gets it on the corner to Granderson. Taken the other way, and Granderson's got a base hit. Can he get 2 out of this? Altair to the line to play it. Granderson heads to second, slides in, safe. Curtis Granderson with a 2-out hustle double. And the Mets have the lead run in scoring position. Curtis's 3rd hit of the night.
Great hitting. The sinker away by Gomez. That's the only way you're going to hit it, is go that way. Good play by the left fielder. Altair with the 1-hop throw, or in the air, sorry. And that right foot just gets in there before the glove, or does it? Close.
Phillies are going to challenge. So Pete McCannon figures close enough. He wants them to take a look.
You know, as we've seen before, though, these plays that are so close and are called one way, it's hard to tell because he brought that glove around the bag. So when it gets here, is it on his foot or is it still working towards his foot?
I don't think there's any way you can overturn
exactly
that call.
That's what I mean, is that once it's called one way, see how he's going around the bag? Boy, it's close though.
Yeah, it is, but I don't think you can overturn that based on the evidence we've seen so far.
And if he had been called out, you couldn't overturn it, you know, so that's
right.
how it.
Play under review brought to you by Mazda. Let's take another look at it from this angle.
I mean, it just doesn't get any closer than that.
Well, at worst for the Mets, it's a tie, and Granderson will be called safe. The review crews are led by Kerwin Danley and Jerry Davis this week. They're in the bunker in New York, looking over the play and making the decision.
How about the guy in the middle? He's like the jokester.
He's the gym bag guy. Every ballpark has the gym bag guy.
Most gym bag guys are kind of quiet, though. They're silent.
The jokester gym bag guy?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe we need a few more of those. One more look at it.
Well, good hustle, good play by the Phillies to make this close. And that spike on the toe seemed to maybe get in. I'm telling you, they're having a good old time while they're waiting for. I always say Park Avenue, but it's Chelsea really where they watch this stuff.
And the umpire's ready to make the call, and they confirm safe. So Granderson safe. Phillies lose their challenge, and now I think Pete Buchanan's going to make a pitching change. And we're going to get a double switch for the Phillies. So Granderson's double stands. And the Phillies will make a double switch. Cody Ashe will come into the outfield, and the Phillies will make the change. Verizon called to the bullpen. Changes for the Phillies. Cody Ashe will come into play left field. He'll bat ninth. Aaron Altair moves from left field to center field. And Ken Giles, the Phillies closer, is going to come into a tie game in the 8th inning.
You know, and I applaud Pete Buchanan for trying something different here. He hasn't been able to get his closer in. Decides to bring him here in the 8th.
Cespedes the batter. Go ahead run at second. 2 down. Cespedes at a 2-run homer back in the 5th. He's 1 for 4 tonight. So Jeanmar Gomez gave the Phillies an inning and 2/3, gave up the 2-out double to Granderson, and now Cespedes trying to get him home against Giles, who's taken over the closer's role since the trade of Jonathan Papelbon, and he's been great. And he runs one inside, and it's 2-0 to Cespedes.
Well, when he's had save opportunities since Papelbon was traded, he's 10 for 10.
Also Robles ready to pitch the bottom of the 8th. Mets don't have Tyler Clippard tonight. Overworked the last couple of days. Familia is available, but not Clippard, so it's Robles who will pitch the 8th. 2-0 to Cespedes, and he fouls off the fastball at 99 miles an hour. Giles, 24 years old, Came up to the Phillies last year and made an immediate impact as the setup man for Papelbon, and now he's inherited that role. It's now with 11 hits. Need one more to take the lead. Cespedes lays off the slider, and now it's 3-1. Daniel Murphy waiting on deck. That's her 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position tonight. Cespedes for the year, 331 with runners in scoring position. Giles behind 3-1. And Cespedes hits the slider to short. Big hop for Galvis. And the overhand throw gets him to end the inning. So Giles comes in, gets one big out, sends it to the bottom of the 8th, still tied. Well, this should be fun. Hansel Robles comes in to pitch, and the first man he'll face will be Jeff Francoeur. Go back to Tuesday night. The quick pitch from Robles to Darren Ruff, and it was Francoeur, first man out of the dugout, and incensed.
I mean, he almost came out. I thought they were going to come to blows.
Ball wound up getting ejected, but Francoeur was adamant both at that point and after the game that what Robles had done was wrong. And now he gets to bat against Robles, leading off in a tie game in the bottom of the 8th. And Hansel's first pitch, a fastball that misses for ball 1.
See the numbers in 42 games for Hansel. First batter faced, 342.
That's a problem. Francoeur 1 for 2 and a walk tonight, a 2-run single in the big 3rd inning, and he pulls one down to third right with a diving stop. Up the one-hop throw. Murphy hangs on. They got him. Beautifully done by Wright. Murphy with a good play on the other end, and they get Robles the first out against Francoeur in the 8th.
Well, all that hard work by David on his day off paying off. Tough play, hard hit ball, one hopper, and Murph makes the play on the other side. That was interesting because they were friends when Francoeur was with the Mets. He stared at David from the second he got past first all the way into the Phillies dugout.
Well, yesterday before the game, when everybody was wondering whether there'd be any aftermath from Tuesday night's incident, Francoeur and Wright got together, shook hands, hugged. You knew that all was well. Frenchie doesn't stay mad for long.
No.
Here's Altair. He takes outside 2-0. It's like a big puppy dog. Altair a double and an RBI and a fielder's choice tonight, 1 for 3. And Robles falls behind him 3-0. So he got his first batter, but his second batter presenting a problem. Rookie making his 5th big league start. Do you give him the green light 3-0?
No. Especially when none of those pitches were even close.
That one is. Altair has 5 big league hits, 3 doubles, 2 home runs. Aaron Ruff waiting on deck for a re-engagement with Robles. That's drilled to center field. Sussman is racing back, and it's over his head. Altair digging for second, and he pulls in with a well-struck double. Second double of the night for Aaron Altair.
There's another one of those extra base hits for Aaron Altair. Cespedes was playing pretty deep, but it was just hit too hard. No chance for him. Not enough underneath that baseball for him to catch up with it. That ball is just a line shot. And you can see why the Phillies like Altair.
So the tie-breaking run is in scoring position. And now Robles and Ruff get together again. It was Ruff who was at the plate when the hard feeling started on Tuesday night. He's got his head up this time, and he takes outside for ball 1. Ruff at a 2-run homer back in the 3rd inning. They capped that 5-run inning against John Neese. Lined out to third base his last time up. Of course, no quick pitch with men on base anyway.
Yeah, right.
So that's not even an issue in this situation. Ruff fouls back the fastball, 1-1.
Ruff has had a big hand in this ball game. That big 2-run home run.
Carlos Ruiz on deck. The double for Altair was the first Phillies hit since the 4th inning, and their 6th hit of the night. Logan Verrett, a 1-2-3 7th behind Neese. Now Robles dealing with trouble in the 8th. And Ruff fouls back the fastball, and it's 1-2. One-two coming, and the slider got him. 2 men down. Robles fans Ruff.
Well, sometimes as a pitcher you get away with a pitch. This slider kind of hanging right in the middle of the plate, and Ruff missed it.
So now 2 out. Altair still at second. Well, Robles may not be perfect, and he certainly has not been this year, but one thing he proved the other night after that incident, he is unflappable.
Yeah.
He bounced right back after the confrontation and struck out Ruff, and now he struck him out again. Now Ruiz takes a fastball for a strike.
Oh, he's a tough kid. You know, we're only talking about a guy that's 2nd year pitching out of the bullpen. He had been a starter for most of his professional career, all of his professional career.
Great job the other night. Faced 5 batters, retired them all. Now he's got to work around a 1-out double. Altair at second with 2 out. Ruiz 0 for 2 tonight. He was hit on the foot by a pitch his last time up. And Ruiz fouls it back. And it's 0-2. Well, they've had to encourage Robles to throw his slider more. It hasn't been a great pitch tonight, but so far he's gotten away with it.
You know what it is for him, Gary, because it doesn't have consistent break. It really is a changeup for him. It changes speeds just enough so he can get back to his #1 pitch, which is his fastball.
He's ahead 0-2 on Ruiz. Shoots, fouls back the 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Altair at second and 2 down. 0-2 to Ruiz, and the slider up and away. 1-2.
That's a little better slider there. A little better break. Had it off the plate because of the head in the count. 0-2.
Year-old Carlos Ruiz has had so many big hits for the Phillies over the last 10 years. Not having a good season, but always dangerous. One-two. Down to third. Right handles the hop. Side retired. Hansel Robles works around the double and sends this game to the ninth, tied at 5. Daniel Murphy will lead off for the Mets in the ninth inning. A red-hot Murphy tries to get the Mets energized and break the tie in the ninth.
Well, tomorrow at 5 p.m., get an in-depth preview of Matt Harvey's return to Queens as a panel of award-winning writers joins Jonas Schwartz to bring you the inside scoop on tomorrow's Mets-Red Sox opener on Daily News Live, presented by Citi. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., only on SNY.
Love those award-winning writers. Ninth inning, 5-5 game. Daniel Murphy leads off against Ken Giles, who came on to get the final out in the eighth. It'll be Murphy, Wright, and Johnson trying to get it done for the Mets, who at one point trailed this game 5-0, but on the strength of 3 home runs, tied it up against Aaron Harang. They've been held in check the last 3 innings, and now Murphy leads off in the ninth. And he pulls one through the hole, a base hit. First pitch fastball, Murphy all over it for his second straight hit, and the Mets get the tie-breaking run aboard to start the ninth.
Well, Murph, when he gets up to the plate, he is ready to hit the fastball. If he gets the first pitch fastball, he's as good as anyone in the game at getting a base hit.
Interesting, Giles came in to the eighth, was throwing 99. That first pitch, 96.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't had a lot of experience of coming in, sitting down, getting back up.
So now Wright, who's 2 for 4 tonight, at base hits his first 2 times up, has grounded out the last 2. The first ground out was a double play and a check swing. The second one, with Murphy at second base, was a productive out. It got Murphy to third with 1 out, but the Mets couldn't get him home in the 7th. Kelly Johnson on deck. And Wright drives one to center field. Altair, though, is there to grab it for the first out. Wright hit a bullet, and it stayed up for Altair, 1 away.
Altair, of all the outfielders, is playing the most shallow. So gets to that bullet by David Wright.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now Johnson, who had the big at bat in the 7th inning with a runner at third and 1 out. John Margoma struck him out looking. And Kelly takes a slider for a strike. Mets 5 runs, 12 hits. The Phillies 5 runs, 6 hits. We're in the 9th. Another slider from Giles, and it's 0-2 to Johnson. People's United Bank starters tonight. That's a good poker hand for John Neese. Got 5 5s.
A Yahtzee.
Yeah. Not so great on either side. No decisions for both of them. 0-2 to Johnson. Kelly watches upstairs. 1-2. Travis d'Arnaud waits to hit next. We're at the bottom of the 8th in D.C. The Nats lead the Padres 4-1. Joe Ross allowed just 1 hit in 6 innings tonight. Johnson pulls one just foul. If it's a fair ball, it's probably an out because Darren Ruff is practically standing on first base, not coming off the bag at all.
Well, he was right on that fastball. Murph's got to be alert here. Giles might try to throw that slider down in the dirt. Could advance.
1-2. In the air, right center field. Back goes Altair to the warning track and just in front of the wall to make the catch. Well, Johnson, who hit one out in that neighborhood back in the 5th inning, just missed another. 2 out.
Well, it was a breaking ball from Giles that he left over the middle of the plate, and Altair went a long way to get it. Murph, I believe, did the right thing. Off the bat, you had to play it as though it was going to go off the wall, and you had to be far enough to be able to score. So no tag.
So 2 out. Murphy's still at first, and now d'Arnaud, who had a 2-run homer, back in the 4th. 1 for 3 and a walk tonight. Mets have had some good swings against Giles in this inning. And again, you go back to Giles sitting and maybe cooling off a little bit after getting that last out in the 8th.
Well, his fastball, although explosive at 98 plus, 96, 97, 98, whatever, it is straight. Straight as a string.
So Sean Gilmartin and Jay Reese Familia up in the bullpen. It'll be Familia in the 9th for sure if the Mets get the lead. Probably Gilmartin if they don't.
There's your 96-mile-an-hour fastball again. Well, the defense for the Phillies in the outfield is playing no doubles. I don't think Cody Ashley in left field, he could play any deeper than he's playing right now. I've never seen anyone play on the warning track, but he's a foot away.
He's almost at Geno's. 2 balls and a strike to d'Arnaud. Next step is to play up in the flower bed. d'Arnaud having a terrific series. Checks his swing on the slider, and did he go? He did. First base umpire Tom Hallion making the call. That's a big call. Makes it 2-2 instead of 3-1.
It was a hard read for Murph. First, did d'Arnaud go? Yeah, I think he might have went. But see, this ball was in front of Chooch, and then he kicked it. So it was impossible for Murph to advance on that.
Two and two to d'Arnaud. And Travis takes it low. Full count. So now Murph will be on his way. Let's see where they put Ruff. Do they hold him on? They move him behind Murphy.
You got to put him behind. Maybe they hold him on because they want to keep Murph from getting too big of a lead. Because the way the defense is, if you drop something and not hit that hard in the outfield, you can sometimes score from first when you're moving on a 3-2 count. Long way to go.
Three and two to d'Arnaud with Conforto on deck. And Travis takes strike three called. Oh, a borderline pitch. And Alfonso Marquez ruled that 3-2 slider a strike. And Giles gets through the inning. I don't know about that. It did not smell like a strike. But Marquez said it was. That sends us to the bottom of the ninth, still tied at 5. SNY.TV presents the Gary Carter trade 30 years later, a short documentary looking back at a trade that changed the Mets. Here from Keith, Ron, Doc, and many more as they look back at the deal that served as a turning point for the franchise. Check it out at MetsBlog.com/Carter. Sean Gilmartin is in to pitch the bottom of the ninth. Freddie Galvis leads off and takes a fastball for a strike.
Well, he was outstanding in his relief appearance at DeGrom. Went 3 1/3, struck out 4. Gave up a few hits. One of them, though, to Freddie Galvis.
Galvis 0 for 2 and a walk tonight. 4 for 17 in this series. And he pulls one foul. Cody Ashe is in the 9 spot. He's on deck, a left-hand hitter, and then the switch hitting Cesar Hernandez here in the 9th. Phillies scored 5 runs against John Neese in the 3rd. They've had just 2 hits since. Neese settled in. Barrett and Robles each with a scoreless inning. And now Gilmartin slowly hit. Tough play. Murphy in and gets the tag on Galvis for the out. Nice play by Murphy. Knew he's going to have to charge it hard. And he did to get the first out of the inning.
Good play by Murph. You can get a little panic city on this play, but tags him right on the number. 13, that number is so important to anyone who plays the shortstop position from Venezuela.
Started with David Concepcion, and so many have worn it since. Ozzie Guillen.
That's right.
Omar Vizquel. Here's Ashe batting for the first time tonight. And he takes a breaking ball for a strike. Ashe started the first 3 games of this series, went 1 for 8. Came in on a double switch in the 8th inning. And Gilmartin with the breaking ball that badly fools Ashe, and it's 0-2.
That's one of the reasons I love baseball. You got Kenny Giles coming in and throwing 99, and then you got Gilmartin, same pitcher, 79 miles an hour.
And he strikes out Ashe on 3 sliders. Ashe never had a chance. 2 out and nobody on.
You know, this Gilmartin, his features are, when you look at him, you see like a college kid. And he comes out there and he's got the heart of a lion.
Well, he's getting more and more opportunities now to shine, but early in the season when he was sparsely used, he still was able to keep his command. And to me, that's the most impressive thing he's done all year. He throws the slow curve for a strike to Hernandez.
He really does something that's very interesting for a reliever. He pitches around his fastball. His fastball is like his 4th pitch. He has his changeup. He has his breaking ball. There it is.
Another slow curve, and it's 0-2.
66.
Thought that was the old route to California. It was the slow route.
That's the slow route.
To Darno's glove.
Lots of diners.
0-2 to Hernandez. And he struck him out on 3 pitches. What a job by Sean Gilmartin. A 1-2-3 last of the 9th with a couple of strikeouts. And that sends us off to extra innings tonight in Philadelphia. Mets have gotten fine bullpen work from Barrett and Robles, and now Gilmartin. We go to the 10th, tied at 5. pile is gaining by the day.
Been outstanding in this series so far, and Ken Giles is still out there.
It's
their closer.
A little shocking. Pete Mackanin brought him in to get an out in the 8th. He kind of staggered through the 9th, and he's going out there to pitch the 10th.
It's like Maccannon's just sick of seeing the rest of the relievers that have come into this game and the series for Philadelphia.
Michael Conforto swings over the slider as we start the 10th inning. Well, Giles' longest outing of the year was an inning and 2/3. That was against the Giants back in June. And he's certainly going to be asked to do more than that tonight because there's nobody up in the Phillies bullpen.
Just very unusual move in today's game to do this to your closer now and future closer.
Have him pitch in 3 different innings. Conforto fouls one away. Conforto 1 for 4 tonight. Well, Giles only threw 19 pitches in the 4 outs he's gotten so far, but he gave up a leadoff hit to Murphy in the 9th. A couple of hard hit balls to Wright and Johnson. Then got Darno looking to end that 9th inning on a ball that looked like it was out of the strike zone. So he's hardly been sharp. 0-2 to Conforto. And he missed with the fastball. Ruben Tejada on deck, and then the pitcher's spot. Mets still have Flores, Uribe, Lagares, all available as pinch hitters.
Maybe that had something to do with sending him back out 7, 8, 9.
Last year, Giles twice worked 2 innings. That's the longest of his career. Conforto hits one in the air to center field, and Altair is over to get it. 1 out. Coming up tonight on Geico Sports Night after the post game, Chris Carlin will be around to talk about the Jets and Giants breaking camp. Yeah, Schmitter. I don't understand why it's Schmitter with 2 T's.
That's funny. Breaking camp? I didn't even know they were in camp.
Getting ready for that 3rd exhibition game. They're playing each other this weekend. No?
Not feeling preseason football.
Here's Tejada, who's 0 for 3 and a walk. Well, Sean Gilmartin is out on deck. He had a hit the other night, and again, we've mentioned it a couple of times. Tyler Clippard not available tonight, so it looks like Terry's going to need Gilmartin to continue on. Well, but if Tejada can get aboard so Gilmartin can bunt, but Rubin denied again by his old buddy Galvis, and that's the 2nd out. 2nd time in a row that Galvis made a fine play on Tejada.
It was funny the first time. It's not so funny this time. Good hitting by Tejada again. Hooks this one to the right of Galvis. Makes a sliding catch.
So Gilmartin will bat with 2 out and nobody on. He had a single to right field in the game on Monday night, hitting .500 for the season. And he takes a slider for a strike from Giles.
First pitch slider when a guy throws 99 miles an hour to the pitcher.
Must have seen the base hit the other night. Carlos Torres up in the bullpen, but certainly looks like he'll not be needed in this inning. There's a strike. 0-2.
2 sliders.
Giles been doing his homework. Either that or he's tired.
You just have to turn in your baseball card for that.
So if Giles gets 1 more out, this will be the longest outing of his major league career. Nationals final, they win 4-2 over the Padres, so the Mets need to win to stay 6.5 in front.
If Giles gets through this inning, it's almost like he's given the Philadelphia Phillies 3 different opportunities to win this tie game. Pretty impressive.
Well, Buchanan has used him in an offbeat manner in a couple of ways tonight. Bring him into a tie game in the 8th and then leaving him in for a 3rd inning. Strike 3 called. Gilmartin caught looking. So Giles goes 2 1/3. Pitches a 1-2-3 10th, and now the Phillies will try and win it for him in the bottom of the 10th. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Tri Honda. Hurry to your local Tri Honda dealer for great deals on the 2015 models. Andres Blanco leads off the bottom of the 10th against Sean Gilmartin, who starts his second inning of relief. And Blanco takes the curveball for a strike. Gilmartin likes his slow curve tonight.
He's got a great feel for it.
Dominic Brown has come out on deck to bat for the pitcher, who's hitting the third hole. Then Jeff Francoeur due up third in the inning. And Blanco scalds that one out to right. Granderson back to grab it in front of the wall. One man down. So Blanco retired. He's 0 for 4 tonight. And now Dominic Brown will bat for Ken Giles.
Well, Curtis was playing deep, so that's made this play a little easier. But it's always tough here in Philadelphia because that wall is so close.
Brown is 4 for 13 in the series. Hit a home run against Jacob deGrom Monday night. Interesting that it's Brown in this spot and not Ryan Howard, who has really struggled against lefties this year.
Howard, though, one swing of the bat.
Elvis Araujo up in the bullpen for the Phils. And Brown takes a fastball for a strike, 1-1.
But you're right, Brown has had a good series.
Jeff Francoeur waits on deck. Brown hitting .244 against lefties. Far better than Howard, who's hitting .140. Been a bunch of hitters this year who just have been unable to handle lefties.
Like they've never seen a lefty before.
Well, look at Curtis Granderson.
Yeah.
Slider off the plate. 2-2. Mets have gotten 3 scoreless innings out of their bullpen already from Verrett, Robles, and Gilmartin.
Interesting. A little space between two hands there. That ball's a strike.
Where did that miss?
Didn't miss.
Wow. Alfonso Marquez has had a rough last couple of innings. That strike 3 call on d'Arnaud that was well out of the strike zone, and this, which certainly appeared to be strike 3. So Brown gets a pass, and now it's 3-2. And he drives one deep to right field, right down the line toward the pole. Foul ball. That's how close the Phillies came to winning this game.
I was going to say, if that stayed fair, what an evil blow that would have been for Gilmartin after striking Brown out, not getting the call on the next pitch, but just stayed foul.
I mean, that just missed the foul ball.
But you can tell it's foul. Why? See how it disappears? That means it's on the other side of the pole.
And Brown goes down swinging for the second out. It all worked out in the end.
I've only seen one hitter in my life in the booth or playing as Terry Collins comes out who hit a home run foul and on the next pitch hit a home run fair to win a game. That was Rusty Staub.
Well, the Mets were inches away from getting on the bus. Instead, Gilmartin will leave and Carlos Torres will come in and try and get the final out here in the bottom of the 10th. 5-5 game. We'll be right back to Philadelphia. brought to you? Extra innings on SNY brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on their most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. Jeff Francoeur up with 2 out and nobody on. Carlos Torres in to face him, and that first pitch mishandled by d'Arnaud, but a strike nonetheless.
Well, Torres has appeared twice in this series. Once a clean inning, and yesterday's ball game came in and gave up a base hit.
Francoeur 1 for 3 tonight. Drove in a couple of runs. That's off the pitcher's foot. Murphy snags it. The backhand flip, and he's out! Oh, wow! The play of the year! The bank shot off Torres. Murph with the desperation flip, and somehow Torres got there for the incredible 1-3-1 putout. A play you've never seen before and may never see again. And Murph right in the middle of it, and Torres got there. Simply amazing. Top of the batting order for the Mets, Curtis Granderson facing the Phillies lefty Elvis Araujo. This was just unbelievable.
Well, Murph to get to it, and then the heave without looking that is right on the bag. The speed of Torres to get there to beat Francoeur, and then Francoeur with the push of Torres.
How does a pitcher who has a ball go off his foot possibly get to first base before the hitter?
Well, Torres just has tremendous speed. He's a good athlete, but I think also Frenchie probably thought he had a base hit when he saw it go up the middle.
Curtis Granderson, 3 hits tonight. Takes up an in from Araujo, and it's 3-0.
Murph.
He's loving every minute of it. He lives for stuff like that.
Of course he does. Murph would rather make that play than any other play.
And the fastball inside. Granderson's on with a leadoff walk. Curtis on base for the 4th straight time.
It's almost like the Mets have weathered Giles, and now they get into the other part of the bullpen for the Phillies, although Araujo has been one of the more reliable relievers.
The Mets have the leadoff man on for the 6th time in 11 innings. And now Cespedes will try and do something with it. Ioannis 1 for 5 tonight, hit a 2-run homer back in the 5th inning. Mets were down 5-0. D'Arnaud and Cespedes and Johnson all homered to tie it. And it's been 5-5 ever since. Watch this again in real time. This is just incredible.
Base hit up the middle. No. Off the boot and off his shoe. And he beats Frenchie to the bag. He was behind Frenchie at some point and beat him to the bag.
Well, once the ball hits his foot and you naturally freeze, you figure you got no chance to beat him to the bag, but he's that fast. And Murph took the chance, and Araujo hurt himself going down on that last pitch. He's shaken up.
Boy, I wonder if he pulled something. As you see, Freddie Galvis mentioned, put notice to the Phillies dugout for someone to come out.
Yeah, he did something. It wasn't a matter of him stumbling. He hurt himself during the delivery. And Pete Mackanin out to ask what, and serious enough that they won't even go any farther and take him right out of the game. So Araujo limps off, and now the Phillies are going to have to go deeper into their bullpen. They used Giles for 2 1/3, but Araujo lasts just 5 pitches. So the Phillies will have to make a pitching change. We'll come right back. Well, Luis Garcia will get as long as he needs to warm up, with Araujo leaving for injury here in the 11th inning.
It looked like Araujo, when he got to the dugout, was really pointing that he might have hurt his groin. So immediately walked off the field. Garcia, who come in to face Cespedes, you were saying last night he gave up a triple.
Yep, Cespedes hit the triple off the right field fence last night. The Nationals have won their game. Joe Ross pitched a gem for the Nats tonight. Worth and Zimmerman hit home runs, and the Nats win at 4-2. So the Mets need to win to stay 6.5 in front. But what a road trip this has been for the Mets. Win or lose tonight, 7-1 going into this final game, and a chance to make it 8-1.
Well, you know, it's a team that has struggled on the road all year, but like we talked about, this is not the same team that struggled in the beginning of the year, and they've really taken off. And this road trip could have been really Achilles heel for this ball club, and it came through in a big way. Now, against teams that have struggled, but still you got to win the ball games.
You know, the Mets for such a long time, when their starting pitching didn't have a good night, and there weren't too many of those, they had no chance to win. Now all of a sudden there's been a whole spate of games where starting pitching hasn't been great, whether it was DeGrom the other night, Neese now the last 2 starts. and they're finding ways to find their way back into games because the offense is a completely different machine than it was earlier in the year.
On this road trip, they've had 3 pitchers give up 7 runs. They're 3-0 in those games. Nice gave up 5 runs in this game, and they still have a chance to win this one also.
I think we saw a stat from Elias yesterday. They had 3 wins in 4 days where their starter gave up 7 runs. They had 5 games in the previous 14 years that they won when their starter gave up 7 runs. But that's the difference, and that's, you know, what the Mets have been able to put together here with all the additions and with the return to health of Travis d'Arnaud and David Wright, with Michael Cuddyer all of a sudden coming alive. Wilmer Flores having this great month since the non-trade. Up and down the line, everybody's contributed, and the Mets have gone from the bottom of the offensive heap to the top, and it's provided some support for that great pitcher.
You know, offensively, you can make an argument this is the best month they might have ever had in their franchise.
43 home runs this month, including 1 from Cespedes tonight. That's the most the Mets have ever had in a calendar month. So now Garcia ready to go. A 1-0 count to Cespedes with Granderson at first and nobody out. And ball 2. If it results in a walk, it would be charged to Garcia, since Araujo threw just the 1 pitch. Murphy on deck. And Garcia bounces the slider 3-0. Garcia working for the 3rd straight day. He worked Tuesday night, gave up no runs and 1 hit in an inning of work. Last night, faced 2 batters, gave up the triple to Cespedes and a sac fly to Murphy. And now right back out there tonight.
Well, he's used to being the 8th inning man since they traded Papelbon when the Phillies have the lead, but they haven't had it here. He's had to work under different circumstances.
Cespedes taking all the way. It's a strike. 3-1.
Well, that might be the best thing for the Mets and Cespedes. It's another chance to hit.
At a 3-1 count, his last at bat against Giles and grounded out on a slider. See if he gets a fastball to hit on 3-1, this time from Garcia. Granderson at first and nobody out. And Garcia spiking that throw. Ruff bailed him out.
Good job by Ruff at first base.
(3-1) coming, and there's ball 4, and the Mets have 2 men on. So a walk from Araujo and now a walk from Garcia, and the Mets have the first 2 men aboard, and Daniel Murphy, who's done some significant damage against the Phillies this year, will get a chance to do some more.
Damage offensively, damage defensively, power, posing, whatever it takes.
Play he made in the last half inning was special. And there are his overall numbers against the Phillies this year. He's 2 for 4 and a walk tonight. Mets tonight are 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position. And they get one more crack at it here in the 11th. Granderson at second, Cespedes at first, nobody out. The corners are in as though they're expecting Murph to bunt. That's not going to happen in a million years. David Wright waits on deck. Do they really think he's going to bunt?
They do that sometimes. The Mets, especially on the road, especially with the 3rd hitter in their lineup, you see McClure coming out. He's seen something from Garcia that he does not like and wants to change it right away.
Well, Garcia has thrown 5 pitches, 4 of them out of the strike zone. And he got a borderline call on the other.
Some pitchers can handle this situation better than others. And coming out and warming up, a lot of times they'll rush because you're in front of the whole crowd. Your teammates are waiting for you to get ready. And sometimes you're not ready because it's not the normal way you warm up as you do in the bullpen.
You know, you saw Familia out there talking to Ricky Bonas, the Mets bullpen coach. This is something Familia has done very well.
Yeah.
Not wasting bullets in the bullpen, timing it well so that he's warmed up but doesn't throw too much before he comes in a game.
It's almost like he's managing from the bullpen. He's trying to think along with Terry Collins with the help of Ricky Bonas if he's going to be in there or not.
Well, as soon as the Mets get a lead, he'll start to throw lightly, and then when it gets to be 1 out, more, and with 2 outs, a little bit more, and then he'll be ready to go. First, the Mets have to get the lead. 1-0 to Murphy. And a slider in for a strike. Mets are 7-4 in extra inning games this year. The Phillies are 6-5. Mets are trying to beat the Phillies for the 9th straight time and go to 12-1 against Philadelphia this year. Wright waits to hit next. 2 on and nobody out for Murphy. And Murph takes the fastball just off the plate at 97 miles an hour, 2-1. Murphy for the year hitting .313 with runners in scoring position. Two-one coming. And Murphy, it's a double play ball right to Hernandez. Galvis with the turn for the 4-6-3 double play. Granderson winds up at third with 2 out.
That ball hit on the nose by Murph, but just a perfect one-hopper to Hernandez to Galvis and on the rough.
Phillies turn their second double play of the night. And so it's left to David Wright to try and get the lead run home with Granderson at third and 2 out. David is 2 for 5 tonight. Hit the ball on the button his last time up in the 9th against Giles and lined out to center field.
Well, in this 4-game series, David started the scoring in game 1. Maybe he can end the scoring here in game 4.
Facing Garcia. Wright takes the breaking ball down for ball 1. Mets are now 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position tonight. It's not quite 18 innings in St. Louis yet. Remember that back in the bad old days?
I do. Very happy to have missed that game.
And Ruiz knocks down a potential wild pitch. Mets had a sequence in Colorado over the weekend where they scored 2 runs on consecutive wild pitches. And this was nearly another, but Ruiz doing a great job of stopping. Kelly Johnson, who delivered the tying home run in the 5th inning, is on deck. 2-0 to Wright. And there's ball 3.
Now watching Garcia throw here. Just overthrowing. He's thrown a couple of strikes, then they've worked out. The one to Cespedes, and of course the double play to Murphy, but everything else has just been not even close. Hard to swing 3-0 when a guy hasn't thrown anything close.
And David takes a 3-0 breaking ball for a strike. Gives you the idea he doesn't really want to be going after Wright. How many 3-0 breaking balls have you ever seen?
No, not a lot.
And Wright takes ball 4, and again Chooch has to knock one down to keep the Mets from taking the lead. So the 3rd walk of the inning gives the Mets runners at the corners and 2 out with Kelly Johnson coming up. It is 7 walks tonight for Phillies pitching. The Mets have yet to cash any of those 7 walks into runs. Kelly Johnson trying to change that.
Well, Kelly had a chance in the 7th inning. Didn't come through. Pitched awfully tough. Struck out in that at bat with a runner on third and less than 2 outs. Make up for it here.
In the 9th against Giles, he hit one a step from the wall in right center that Altair was able to run down. 1st and 3rd and 2 down. And Johnson takes it low for ball 1. So Garcia pressed into emergency service with Araujo suffering an injury. And he has had trouble throwing strikes. But he got the huge double play ball from Murphy and now trying to find his way through. Travis d'Arnaud would be next. And Johnson takes a strike on the corner. 98 from Garcia, 1-1. Kelly's home run in the 5th inning was his 12th of the year, his 3rd as a Met. He's 1 for 4 and a walk tonight. Two and 1.
36-year-old Ruiz will be 42 by the end of this game. What a great job he's done. Pitch after pitch in the dirt.
Granderson at 3rd, Wright at 1st with 2 down. And Johnson fouls it off. 2 and 2. Two coming. And Johnson down on the slider. Side retire. Luis Garcia in a pinch. Puts himself in and finds his way out of trouble. And the Mets are turned aside in the top of the 11th. Mets and Phillies still tied at 5. Last of the 11th inning, Aaron Altair leads off against Carlos Torres, who came in to get an incredible final out in the 10th and stays on for the 11th.
He is from California. Kind of hacky sacked that over to Murphy. Made the play.
How do you describe what Murph did?
It's always a very difficult thing to do.
Altair has a pair of doubles tonight. He's 2 for 4. He's driven in a run. Darren Ruff on deck, then Carlos Ruiz. 3 right-hand batters for Torres. And the cutter misses outside. A ball and a strike. Keep in mind the Phillies still have Ryan Howard looming in the dugout as a potential pinch hitter at some point in this game. And breaking ball from Torres gets him ahead of Altair, 1-2. Darren Ruff on deck. Torres, the 5th Met pitcher of the night. Bullpen's been spotless so far. John Neese started, gave up a 5-run 3rd inning, but the Mets haven't allowed anything since. Ferret, Robles, Gil Martin, Torres, only 1 hit allowed.
Gil Martin got 5 outs on 18 pitches.
Not staying away from Clippard tonight. They have Familia, but they're waiting until they have a lead to get him in. Down away, still 2-2. Well, we mentioned the Nationals winning tonight, but it might have been a very costly victory for Washington, because Denard Span is going back on the disabled list after coming back for 2 days. He's got left hip inflammation, and Span may not be back the rest of the year.
He's had some core issues the last couple of years.
Also tonight, they lost Michael Taylor to a right knee contusion when he hit the fence. And Yunel Escobar to a right hand contusion when he was hit by a pitch. They're both day to day. But the Nats, who finally got their lineup intact this week, all of a sudden it's not intact anymore. Just outside, fastball to Altair, 3-2.
Well, their record is so good when Denard Span's in there. He's one of the best leadoff hitters in the game.
3-2 from Torres. And Altair down on strikes. Good cutter by Torres for the first out in the home 11th.
Well, this is the best cutter I've seen Torres have in some time. Sharp, small, late break.
Extra innings on SNY brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on their most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. Here's Ruff, who's 1 for 4. And he bounces one for Tejada. Nice easy hop. 2 out. So Torres, after getting a most unconventional out in the 10th, has gotten 2 more pedestrian outs to start the 11th. And now will face Carlos Ruiz. Mets are home tomorrow night to open their series with the Red Sox. Take Max Transit this weekend. Going to be big crowds Friday night, late Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon.
You know I have a good attention span, right?
Yeah.
You've told me that a few times. I got it.
Somebody might not have been listening. You know why I say it more than once, right?
Yes.
Because Keith has a short attention span, and I want to make sure he heard.
Okay.
Ruiz is 0 for 3. He's also been hit by a pitch tonight. 1 for 6 in this series, and Torres shows off his athleticism again, and he retires the side in order in the bottom of the 11th. Nicely done by Torres. On we go to the 12th. Mets and Phils tied at 5. well deserted as the hour gets late. We go to the 12th inning at Citizens Bank Park in South Philadelphia.
Why didn't we play a day game today? Do you have an answer for me on that one?
I don't know. Probably for TV ratings.
Oh, that's how it goes. That's right. So we're at fault.
Hector Neris, his third appearance in a series that has not treated him very well.
2 2/3. You told me he's given up 3 home runs in those 2 2/3 innings. For you Mets fans at home to give you a little good feeling.
Home runs to Flores and Kadire on Monday night, and then to Kadire again last night. Travis d'Arnaud will lead off the 12th inning for the Mets tonight. Travis 1 for 4, a 2-run homer back in the 4th inning. All the Mets runs coming on 3 home runs in the 4th and 5th innings. d'Arnaud, Cespedes, and Johnson. Johnson's home run in the 5th tied it at 5, and we've been tied ever since. Mets have had the better of the scoring opportunities, but unable to cash in. They've gone 0 for 12 with runners in scoring position tonight.
Fastball, breaking ball, and split finger from Mr. Neris.
Michael Conforto on deck. Ruben Tejada behind him. Mets still have plenty of bench left. Lagares, Flores, Uribe, Recker, all still available on Terry Collins' bench. The bullpen, well, that's another story. That's need for Carlos Torres to soldier on for a while.
Well, he's been like that. He's the guy they've kept in the past for extra inning work.
1-1 to d'Arnaud. And he takes it off the plate, a slider. 2-1. Well, keep in mind that if it gets to the point where the Mets run out of pitching, they do have Anthony Recker. He has experience. Familia is sitting down until the Mets get a lead.
I personally do not want to see Recker in this game. Nothing against you, Anthony.
I don't think he really wants to be in it either. It's one thing when it's a lopsided game. It's another thing when the game's on the line. And d'Arnaud takes it outside, and now it's 3-1.
Phillies do have an everyday player who can really pitch, and Frenchie.
Yes, they do. Did a lot of pitching in the minors last year and has made an appearance this season as well. Mets trying to get that leadoff man on yet again. And d'Arnaud fouls back the fastball. Mets have gotten the leadoff man on 6 of 11 innings. They've gotten him home only twice.
But they're 0 for, right? With runners in scoring position.
It's on this score. It is with the home run ball. Wright led off the 4th with a base hit. d'Arnaud hit a 2-run homer. Granderson led off the 5th with a base hit, and Cespedes hit a 2-run homer. Now d'Arnaud swinging and missing, and Neris has a strikeout to start the 12th. So 1 out and nobody on. Now it's Conforto, who's gone 1 for 5 tonight, doubled back in the 4th inning. By the way, you know that play Torres and Murphy made a couple of innings ago?
Yes.
It's everywhere now.
Is?
Oh, yeah.
It's the viral.
It has gone viral. Taken high by Conforto. I mean, it's a thing of indescribable beauty.
You described it well, my man. You did a great job. I don't know how you did it.
I'm not sure in retrospect that I could describe it. 2-0 to Conforto. There was the kick, there was the stop, there was the bobble, there was the shuffle, there was the sprint.
I try to watch this game closely. I think I lost the ball for a while.
It's all right. So did Murph. Here's the 2-0. And Conforto grounds one to the right side, and Hernandez has it. And that's the second out. So Neris, looking for his first clean inning in this series, has retired the first 2. And now the luckless Ruben Tejada, who needs to hit the ball somewhere else other than Freddie Galvis. Last 2 times up, Galvis has robbed him, once on a grounder in the hole, the other time on a line drive in the hole. And Carlos Torres is out on deck, so Terry Collins left with a shortened bullpen tonight. He's not going to be able to bat for Torres any more than he batted for Gilmartin with 2 out in the 10th. Needed an extra inning out of Gilmartin, and he needs at least that out of Torres. because once he gets past Torres and Familia, I don't think he's got anybody else.
Well, Torres is going to go in this game. He will go until, if the Mets can get a lead, then they'll bring Familia in, or if Philadelphia happens to walk them off.
The only other pitchers in that bullpen are Clippard, who is off limits tonight, and O'Flaherty, who I believe is the same. You know, there are times in a season when a manager who would love to push a certain button to try and win a game just knows that he can't. You have to sometimes sacrifice today, or at least potentially sacrifice today to save tomorrow. And it's a difficult thing to do. Tejada pops one up. And Ruff with the call and the catch. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Hector Neris in the top of the 12th. Well, Center City, Philadelphia is still all lit up.
Yeah. I think we're in trouble if at some point we go to that shot and it's all dark.
At some point, if those innings keep rolling along, you never know. Bottom of the 12th, Mets and Phils tied at 5. Carlos Torres has worked an inning and a third, but only thrown 13 pitches. He'll face Freddie Galvis leading off in the bottom of the 12th. Galvis 0 for 3 and a walk tonight, and he takes curveball for a strike. Cody Ashe on deck, and then Cesar Hernandez for the Phillies in the 12th. The ball and a strike to Galvis. Now batting from his weaker side, 248 left-handed, 330 right-handed going into the night.
Got 5 bunt base hits this year.
And Wright is in on the grass at third. And he dribbles one foul. 1-2. Well, you'll be happy to know, Ronnie.
Okay.
We're the last game going in the majors tonight.
Oh, I love that. It's one of my favorites.
Means that any Insomniac baseball fan can only be watching us. Welcome, Insomniacs. Galvis pops one up. Toward the line comes Conforto near that short fence, reaching in, and he couldn't quite make the catch. Or did he?
Yes, he did.
He did. He held on. I thought he got there and dropped the ball, but I'm mistaken. He was able to hang on.
I think he had a little collision with one of the fans, so that's why it looked a little awkward. And he comes over and kind of steals it from maybe a Philly fan.
And he did hang on. Beautifully done, Conforto, reaching over the fan.
Got to find out
the light of Carlos Torres.
Got to find out that scout that said that Conforto wasn't a very good left fielder. I'm gonna find him too.
He's Cody Ashe, and he takes outside. Well, he's done everything right.
Yeah, he has.
He goes back on the ball well. He comes in on the ball well. He throws well. I mean, he's not fast, but
he's quick, though. He's got some quickness.
Makes every play that he should make.
Even the fans are getting tired. Our audio is picking up like just regular conversation between folks.
Well, there was a while there when the Met fans and the Philly fans were shouting each other down.
That has subsided.
It's been going on for 4 days now. When's the last train back to New York?
I'm kidding. It's getting a little sketchy.
I hear they have some nice benches at 33rd Street Station.
They do.
If you want to wait for the 6 a.m. train.
Exactly. Maybe someone will leave me a blanket.
Ashe up for the second time, struck out after coming on a double switch. And he pulls that one down to first. Murphy with the conventional flip to Torres for the second out. Cardinals looked like he had thought about a runner turning third.
Yeah, no, he did that play that as soon as you cover first, you look for the runner at third base. Only problem, no other runner on. But this part of the play is nice. Now watch Torres. Check that runner at third just in case. No, there's no one over there.
You know, better to do that when there's no runner than to not do it when there is one.
The best part of this game might be watching Murph and Torres work together.
They might be able to take that act on the road.
That's right.
Here's Cesar Hernandez, is 1 for 5 tonight. Well, 13 straight Phillies have now been retired. The last man to reach was Aaron Altair, who doubled over Cespedes' head back in the 8th. Justin DeFreitas has been doing some light throwing in the Phillies bullpen. Pitcher's spot is 2 batters away. Ball and a strike to Hernandez. Somebody told her this game would be over by 10.
Well, if you're a real baseball fan, then it becomes a badge of honor at some point to be here when the last out is made.
Well, you remember back at Candlestick Park when there was an extra inning game, they would give out little awards to the fans, the Quad to Candlestick.
Oh, yeah. And at Oakland A's games, they'd give a pin if you stayed.
Of course, part of the reason for that is that if it was the middle of the summer, you'd have to endure the freezing cold weather at Candlestick to survive that extra inning game. Not a problem tonight. It's a beautiful night. 3-1 coming, and Hernandez hits one toward the middle. That's a base hit. So a 2-out single for Hernandez after 13 straight Phillies have been retired.
Well, I've been very impressed with Hernandez this series. He has done a nice job defensively, shown some good speed, and a nice level swing here on the fastball up.
So now the Mets have to be concerned about the running game. Hernandez has stolen 18 bases this year. You got Andres Blanco at the plate, and you've got Ryan Howard out on deck to bat for the pitcher if Blanco keeps the inning going. So a big batter here for Torres, and he's got to split his attention.
Carlos does not like throwing that ball over to first. You know, we always talk about how difficult it is on the players in these extra inning games, the catchers especially. But think about Alfonso Marquez. He'll squat tonight over 300 times, right? Combine the pitches from both teams.
Got to be in good shape to do that.
Right?
Got to do a lot of quad work in the offseason. Torres has not given up a stolen base this year. There's been only one attempt against him. Blanco first pitch swinging, fouls off the fastball. Second pitch swing, 1-1.
These things will start to creep into the broadcast a little bit.
They already have long ago. Just tumbling downhill from there. You got to figure Hernandez runs at some point.
Yes.
This is bad, right?
There he is.
There he goes. Darno with a throw on a hop. It goes into center field, and Hernandez heads for third. So the Phillies have the winning run at third with 2 out.
Not a good throw by Darno, but I see this happen all the time with middle infielders. On that play, when you have no chance to make the tag for an out, you've got to block that with your body and keep that runner at second base.
So it's a stolen base for Hernandez, his 19th of the year. Darno's throwing error moves into third, and now Blanco with a chance to win it, but he's behind in the count 1-2. Tap to third, right with the short hop pickup, and he makes the play to retire the side. David Wright with a do-or-die hop. He does. And he gets the Mets through the bottom of the 12th. Not a simple play for Wright, who's looked awfully good with the glove tonight. All that extra work yesterday has paid off. We go to the 13th. Thirteenth inning. Mets and Phillies have been tied since the 5th. Carlos Torres will take the turn at bat. Torres has already worked 2 1/3 in relief, and he'll get his first plate appearance of the season, facing Hector Neris, who worked a 1-2-3 12th.
So you can't swing now until he throws a strike. It's 2-0. You're leading off. You're the pitcher. Granderson up next. Got to make sure that Neris throws a strike.
And he still has not, and it's 3-0.
And you got to take 2 pitches. I know that seems unusual, folks, but you have to do that as a pitcher. Especially a relief guy who doesn't get a lot of at-bats. Make him throw 2 in a row. See if he can do it.
There's one.
Okay, barely.
And there's two. So now Carlos can think about swinging the bat. Three hits in his career in 33 at bats. 3-2 coming. And he hits one toward the middle. Galvi snags it, bobbles it, and Torres is safe. I don't think he was going to throw him out anyway. We've seen already tonight how fast Carlos Torres is. But Galvi's bobbled it, and that sealed the deal.
What were you saying about the Mets getting the leadoff hitter on? Well, another one. I think Galvis thought he had to play because the pitcher was running, but he did not.
Not that pitcher.
No.
And it will be a base hit for Torres. The Mets' 13th of the night.
Watch him go. That's pretty good.
Carlos is batting 1,000. Seventh time in 13 innings the Mets have gotten the leadoff man on. Now Granderson has been on base 4 times in a row. 2 singles, a double, and a walk. He's 3 for 5 on the night.
How about the throw over with the pitcher at first? That's always a nice play.
I wouldn't be shocked if he tried to steal a base, would you?
No. Do anything.
And Granderson takes a strike. Curtis tops one. It'll go foul. His first thought was maybe it stays fair, and he was busting to first base, and Torres was on the way as well.
Well, I tell you, Ruiz got out there quick also. I mean, everyone moving at top speed here in the 13th.
Carlos Torres, for whatever other qualities he has, he appears to be tireless.
Yeah.
We've seen him do some extraordinary things tonight and in his Mets career. Granderson drives one down the line. Foul. Yoenis Cespedes waits on deck. Phillies have gotten 6 scoreless innings out of their bullpen tonight. Another pickup out of the dirt by Ruiz, 1-2.
Another hit by Nice tonight. Torres. What the record is for the Mets pitchers for a season hits, because they got to be close.
Well, back when you guys had Gooden and Aguilera and yourself,
we'd run out 10 to 15 hits a year. So, but this is extraordinary. Their RBIs.
Well, also, for Gil Martin's got a couple of hits, and now Torres has a hit.
That's right. Yeah, the relievers.
Right. Don't usually see that very much. 2-2 to Granderson, and Curtis bangs one off his leg, a foul ball. This has been some series. That's with the record-setting home run barrage on Monday. Scratched out a victory on Tuesday. Scored early and late last night. 3 home runs to tie the game after being 5 behind tonight. Granderson grounds that one foul.
But you have to give the Phillies some credit. They showed a lot of moxie last night trying to come back. Made a game of it. And then tonight, playing even here through 13. There's our manager hiding behind the pole there, Pete Buchanan.
Fouled away. Pete Buchanan and Terry Collins have a long history. They managed against each other in the International League back when Terry was managing Buffalo and Buchanan was managing Indianapolis. And that year, in the last game of the season, They played an 18-inning game for the championship. So they've been here before.
Wow.
Ninth pitch of the at-bat coming to Granderson. And Curtis fouls off another.
Well, maybe I will be sleeping under a newspaper at the 30th Street station at some point.
Well, you were right about Elvis Araujo. The word on him, left groin strain.
Yeah.
And Curtis serves one into left field for a base hit. Torres takes the turn. He'll hold at second. Fourth hit of the night for Curtis Granderson, the likes of which I'm not sure we've seen before.
I mean, he started the game 0 for 2, and now he's got 4 hits and a walk.
But have you ever seen him get a hit like that?
No.
Looked like a cricket player.
It's like a Murph hit.
So the Mets, as they did in the 11th, get the first 2 men on. The hardy Met fans who really don't care about that last train right now. Hoping that Cespedes can come through here. Cespedes a 2-run homer and a walk tonight, 1 for 5. And it's in at the knees for a strike. Well, Jerry's Familia getting ready to warm up if and when the Mets can get a run. He's right there. Ready to go. Ball and a strike to Cespedes. Daniel Murphy on deck.
Well, the Mets are going to have to do something first that they haven't done all night long, and that is get a base hit or get anything with a runner in scoring position.
0 for 12 tonight. Torres at second, Granderson at first, nobody out. And Cespedes lifts one to right, playable for Frank Court. Tagging at second is Torres. Will he challenge Frank Court's arm? I don't think so. Frenchie on the fly to third. Discretion, the better part of valor for Mr. Torres. That arm, he's been doing that for a long time.
Well, what was really funny about this play, and Frenchie just has, he loves to show it off, is that Torres went back to second with the intention of, and then he saw who it was, and he said, I don't think so.
Well, he forced him to make the throw, which is what you want to do in that spot. And who knows, maybe he throws it away and something good happens. But Carlos never, I don't think he ever had a thought of actually going. So 1 out, 2 aboard for Murphy. He's 2 for 5 tonight. So the Mets now 0 for 13 with runners in scoring position. Harris wanted that call, didn't get it.
Could hear Alfonso Marquez say nope, outside.
David Wright waiting on deck. Fastball right by Murphy, 1-1. Remember in that game in St. Louis what the Mets got to with runners in scoring position before they finally got a hit?
I thought it was like in the 20s, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Yeah.
0 for 13 tonight. Murphy trying to snap that. And he takes one the other way toward the line. Base hit! And the Mets take the lead. Torres is in. Granderson right behind him. He's being waved home. The relay throw to the plate. Gets by. On to third goes Murphy. 2 runs are in. And the Mets lead 7-5 in the 13th inning. Torres the catalyst, and Murphy finally cashes in the big hit for the Mets.
Good hitting. Fastball away. Just goes that way, does Murph. And peels that down the line. And Torres is going to score easily, but it's Granderson that you're worried about. Was he going to make it? And the only person that might have suffered an injury in this whole road trip might be Tim Tuffle. who's been waving people home this whole road trip. That's a thing of beauty if you're a hitter. Where it's pitched, you take it that way. And great hustle by Granderson.
Chooch had no choice but to jump over Granderson and get out of the way. It's a double for Murph, 2 RBIs, an error on the shortstop Galvis on the throw home, enabling Murph to get to third. But Carlos Torres doing overtime work tonight, using his foot, using his speed, using his bat, using his arm, and he's gotten the Mets in front in this game.
And by scoring the run, he gets himself out of the game.
That's exactly right. But now he has a chance to be the winning pitcher. Familia will get ready to pitch the bottom of the inning. The Phillies bring the infield in now for David Wright, who's 2 for 5 and a walk tonight. So the Mets, who were down 5-0 in this game, have their first lead of the night, and Ruiz has to block another one.
I mean, Ruiz has been blocking pitches all night long. Fastballs just chucked in the dirt, breaking balls landing before the plate at 36 years old.
Wright hits one slowly. Murph holding at third. Neris bobbles it. The throw is low. Gets on by. Murphy will score. Wright goes to second. And it's 8-5 New York.
Boy, there was nothing about that play that smelled good from the start for Neris. It's interesting. Neris thinks that ball, he's asking McCannon to check to see if that ball was a foul ball off his foot. Murphy waits for the play, sees it unfold, and a ball thrown by Ruff. And Wright does not foul it off. It hits right between both of his feet.
Well, Pete McCannon went out to talk to the home plate umpire, but it's not a reviewable play, and the Phillies don't have a challenge anyway.
That looks closer like it could have clipped the toe, but...
Charged 2 errors on the play on Neris. The first one on the bobble, allowing Wright to reach. The second on the throw, allowing Wright to get to second and Murphy to score. So 3 errors in the inning for the Phillies. The Mets have scored 3 runs and lead 8-5. Wright at second, still only 1 out, and Kelly Johnson coming up.
Neris tried to pull a Tommy John, right? Didn't Tommy John, the pitcher, have 3 errors on 1 play?
Yes, he did. Johnson tied this game back in the 5th, and it stayed tied until this inning. He hit a home run to get the Mets even after they trailed by 5. He's 1 for 5 tonight. Well, Murph's had a very entertaining game. That incredible play with Torres on the 1-3-1 putout. And then he drives in Torres with the go-ahead run. And now Familia with a save opportunity unless the Mets get another run, which they might. The Mets with 8 runs tonight. That gives them 72 in their last 7 games.
Their record 74, isn't it? In 7 games?
I think 72.
72, yeah,
so
you're right.
So they
you're right.
matched their record for the most games in a 7-game span.
So the most runs ever, 72 runs in 7 games. Huh.
1990 they did that, 72 in 7, and they've matched that with these 7 games against the Rockies and the Phillies.
I was there. Don't even remember that.
You had other things to worry about.
Yes, I did.
Johnson bounces one. Hernandez into play, and that's the second out as Wright goes over to third. More importantly, the Mets 3 defensive outs away from their 7th straight victory as they head home to play yet another last place team tomorrow night, albeit it will be a much more rested team. The Red Sox having had today off, and they've been sitting in New York for the last 24 hours.
Rested team and a team scoring a lot of runs.
Here's d'Arnaud, who homered back in the 4th. He's 1 for 5 and a walk tonight. Well, the Red Sox are third in the American League in scoring, but last in the American League in ERA. So who knows? Maybe this spate of run scoring is not done yet for the Mets. And d'Arnaud is struck by the pitch. I thought he had gotten out of the way, but it hit him. So he goes down to first.
Well, tried to get out of the way, but it just clipped his uniform.
So after all the talk of Mets being hit last night, which never happened, d'Arnaud was the first Met hit in this game.
And 2 games after Larry Boa motioned to Daniel Murphy, it's Daniel who gets the big hit here.
It's funny how those things work. So here's Conforto, who's 1 for 6 tonight. First and third and 2 out. 3 runs home in the 13th. And Conforto takes it wide for ball 1. In the bottom of the 13th, the Phillies will have the pitcher spot. That's probably Ryan Howard. Then Francoeur and Altair due up, with Familia ready to go for the save. Now, if you score the extra run here, would you let Torres start the inning?
No, he's done yeoman's work. Familia's ready. You got him hot. You got him up. Bring him in.
30 pitches in 2 1/3 for Torres as Conforto grounds a base hit into right, and that'll bring home the 4th run of the inning. Wright comes in to score, and it's 9-5 New York. And now the Mets have 73 runs in their last 7 games and a new franchise record. So Conforto has his 2nd hit of the night. And the Mets able to tack on against Hector Neris, who survived the 12th but not the 13th, and now he'll take his exit. And Justin DeFreitas will try and mop up. Pitching change for the Phillies. Mets with 4 runs home in the 13th. We'll be right back to Philadelphia. Justin DeFreitas will be the 7th Philadelphia pitcher. Mets have scored 4 times in the 13th. And now he comes to face Ruben Tejada with 2 out and 2 on. Tejada, the 9th man to bat in the inning. He's gone 0 for 5 tonight, 0 for 10 in this series. How can any Met be 0 for 10 in this series? They've scored 40 runs in the 4 games. And ball 1 to Ruben.
Only one not to hit a home run, and the everyday players in that 8 home run barrage in the first night. DeFreitas has become kind of a mop-up man here for the Phillies while he tries to work through some issues.
Tejada lifts one to center. And Altair is there to play it. That retires the side, but the Mets score 4 in 13th. Carlos Torres with the leadoff hit, and Daniel Murphy drives him home. Murphy with a 2-run double. Mets lead 9-5 going to the bottom of the 13th. Dealer for great deals on the 2015 models. By Fidelis Care, quality health coverage, it's our mission. By Geico, over 75 years of savings and service. By Empire City Casino, Manhattan's closest casino, your luck starts here. And by Hyundai. Hyundai invites you to get in your comfort zone with the most advanced Elantra yet. Visit your Hyundai dealer today. Changes for the Mets. Yoenis Cespedes moves from center field to left. Juan Lagares in for defense to play center. And Jerry's Familia, although it's a non-save situation, is in. Every save this year means another opportunity to win prizes from Delta Airlines. Go to Mets.com/Delta Dugout to sign up now.
I'm going to give him a save because it's the 13th.
You know, it's kind of like those two Coors Field saves with the 5
That's right,
plays.
exactly. Great numbers here, of course, for Familia, who has a string of innings without giving up a run.
13 straight scoreless innings for Familia starting the night. Ryan Howard will pinch hit for the Phillies to lead off the bottom of the 13th. Mets 3 outs away from a 4-game sweep. Last time they swept a 4-game series here in Philadelphia was 2002. Howard has 2 home runs in this series. And much like Michael Kadire, Howard has been a very good pinch hitter in his career. .298 with 6 home runs.
That's remarkable.
As a pinch hitter. Well, overtime work for Carlos Torres tonight. He stands to be the winning pitcher. You talk about a team where everybody's contributing right now. Murphy on the backhand. He'll take it himself. And that takes care of Howard for the first out. Torres went 2 1/3, no runs, 1 hit, no walks, a strikeout, a kick save, a sprint to the bag. Murph has the ball stuck in his glove and finally gets it out.
Murph with the Terry Mulholland. Very good.
It's not supposed to happen with the first baseman.
That's right. Look at it sticking out.
Good thing he didn't have to flip it to the pitcher. He would have had to do a Mulholland, which, by the way, has happened more than once. We saw El Duque do it against the Mets.
But the funny thing is Murphy didn't even realize that it happened until he touched first base.
And he went to get the ball and it didn't come out.
Someone's going to have to restring that glove. A little loose.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Frank Cora, who was the victim of the heel redirect by Torres and the backhand flip by Murphy for the 1-3-1 play that nobody's ever seen before in the 10th inning. Frank Cora 1 for 4 tonight at a 2-run single in the Phillies' 5-run third against John Neese, and they've been held in check ever since. And Frank Cora pops it up. Granderson was playing deep. Murphy going out, and Granderson sliding, but he can't get there. Well, we referenced it. Frank Cora's ball in the 10th, and you watch it.
Just an unbelievable play. The backhand, not even looking and knowing where the bag is, and Murph just chucks it, and somehow Torres beat Frank Cora to the bag.
And Frenchie with a little shove, Murph with the celebration, and then Torres and Murphy combined to get the Mets in front in this game. Frenchie chasing. 1-2. Aaron Altair on deck. Mets and Phillies have 3 more games next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at Citi Field, and then the Mets have another trip back here on their final road trip of the season. So they've got plenty more baseball to play with each other. Mets, if they hang on to this win, will be 12-1 against the Phillies this year with 9 straight wins.
8-1 on this road trip.
That'd be something else, wouldn't it?
Wow.
The last better road trip the Mets had was that 9-1 trip back in 06.
I remember that one.
That's the one I missed.
You missed.
I did. Was it Arizona, LA, Philly?
That's right.
Hit hard, and Frank Cora has a base hit. His second hit of the night.
One of the things I love about Frenchie, there's no give up in him. Just keep trucking along. I mean, think about the 3 at-bats he's had. David Wright stole a hit from him, then the hacky sack play with Murphy and Torres, and now he gets a base hit.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now Altair, who has 2 doubles tonight, he's driven in a run. Little tapper. Familia on target to second. Tejada to first, not in time. But the first part of it, the fact that Familia, who's had such trouble throwing to bases, threw a strike to second, that's great to see.
I honestly think those days are gone. He really has had no problem throwing around the bases of late. And a lot of that was hard work in spring training.
So the Phillies are down to their final out. Darren Ruff is the batter. Ruff at a 2-run homer back in the 3rd. Those were the last runs the Phillies scored. Nasty slider to start him off.
This will be the 13th sweep of a series that the Mets have this season.
With a win, the Mets would be 15 games over 500 for the first time since 2008. And now the Phillies are down to their final strike.
When Familia's on, all you hear from the hitters, it's like they're swinging at a bowling ball. Everything off the end of the bat.
Trying to finish off a 7th scoreless inning for the Mets bullpen tonight. He struck him out, and the ball game is over. The Mets complete a 4-game sweep in Philadelphia. They win their 7th straight game,
Daniel Murphy with the go-ahead hit. He and Carlos Torres, the heroes tonight, as the Mets sweep 4 from the Phillies. They win in 13 innings tonight, 9-5.
But guys can barely bend over to congratulate each other with the low fives out in the outfield. Murphy with the first hit for the Mets had with runner in scoring position all night. Couple of home runs. Darno and Kelly Johnson to get them even after Jonathan East gave up 5 runs in 6 innings. And the Mets outlast the Phillies.
Well, Terry Collins was short in his bullpen tonight, but his bullpen got it done. Verrett, Robles, Gilmartin, Torres, and Familia combining for 7 scoreless innings. The Mets came from 5 runs down